join me in a salute to the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Cam, could we have a sunshine announcement, please?
Yes, Chairman. Good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, October 28th in the year 2025, and this is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting with a scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time. And in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, notice of this meeting has been given to the editor of the Bergen Record, L.S. Spilito, and posted with the city clerk on October 17th of this year. This meeting was also posted on the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials made available to the board were published and made available to the public.
All right, thank you, Cam. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Acting Vice Chair Gangadin,
Here.
Commissioner Wick,
Here.
Commissioner Torres,
Here.
Commissioner Lewis,
Present.
Commissioner Patel,
Here.
and Chairman Langston.
Here.
Okay, we have 6 commissioners present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Could we swear in the staff, please, Mike?
I see Joe, Matt, Tanya, Sophia, Jean-Luc, Cam. Do you guys swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Cam, do we have correspondence?
Yes, Chairman. Under new business, item 17, case P2024-0219. This is on page 9, by the way. So item 17, case P2024-0219, address is 115 Giles, preliminary and final major site plan. They've requested to carry with preservation of notice to December 9th. Then going all the way to page 12, item 26, case P2024-0206, preliminary and final major site plan, address is 373 Communipaw Avenue. They've requested to carry with preservation of notice to December 9th of this year. And then item 28, that's case P2025-0091. It's a minor site plan. Address is 69 Lake Street. They've requested to carry with preservation of notice to December 9th of this year. And then the very last item on the agenda, item 29, case P2025-0130 for a preliminary and final major site plan. Address is 626 Communipaw. They've requested to carry with preservation of notice to December 9th of this year. And that concludes all of the correspondence I received today for requests to carry. Also, for the record, we've marked into evidence the sunshine announcement as B1.
Okay, thank you, Cam. So anybody from the public, if you're here for any of those items that were just called out, they will not be heard tonight. You will not receive new notice. We just verified their notice, so you will not receive new notice. They will be heard on December 9th. So before we get into any other business, I am going to move up our last 3 items. I'm going to start with item 30, 31, and then 32. So we're going to start off with the board attorney contract for the year 2026. Cam, do we have anything to read into the record first, or no?
So the planning department did a solicitation of qualifications, and we received applications, and the application that we went with was for Mr. Santo Alampi and with Precision Reporting Services. We have reviewed their contracts, and we submit them to you tonight.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions, anybody?
No.
All right, Kim, we're going to vote on these separately, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is anybody here from the public that wants to comment? Anyone from public?
Chair, see no one from the public. I would like to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Public is closed, so let's start with board attorney's contract first, Cam. I'm sorry, we have to make the motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the board attorney contract Santo Lampi and award it as presented by
Second.
the planning board.
Second?
Okay, on a motion to approve, Vice Chair Gungadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
I just want to just say, though, appreciate your help all the time. You really guide us and you kind of open up to let us see, so I can make a really good decision for what's good for Jersey City. And I appreciate your efforts with us and the board and what you do. And with that, I vote aye.
Commissioner Lewis, Commissioner Patel, and Chairman Langston.
Yes, so I want to echo Commissioner Torres's. It's beyond words what Santo means to this board and to this city. Still a perfect record, I believe, in lawsuits. So, so just for the public, just think about how much money that saves the city in dotting the i's and crossing the t's with Santo. So I can't recommend them enough, and it's an easy aye for me.
Thanks, everybody. I
Thank
really
you, Santo.
appreciate it.
Motion carries. All in favor?
And to thank you for all the work you do for us. You make us shine here on this board.
And on behalf of the Planning Department, we are all extremely grateful for the guidance you provide us.
Means a lot. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so we,
We
Next
voted?
motion.
for precision?
At this time, I would like to make a motion to approve precision reporting contract for approval.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I
Second.
have a second? Okay, motion and second.
Acting Vice Chair Gungadin,
Aye. Thank you guys so much for all the work you do.
Commissioner Wick,
Yes, thank you so much. Easy aye.
Commissioner Torres,
And Mike, you know it's an easy aye for me because you actually, when we have a long one, you stay there and you plug along and you really give it your all. And with that, I vote aye.
Commissioner Lewis,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel, and Chairman Langston.
Yeah, Mike, it's, again, same as Santo, it's beyond words what you do for this board, and I don't know how you do it, but you actually make us sound smart in the record. I don't know how you keep track of everyone talking over each other. It's amazing to me, but easy aye for me. Thank you. Thank you for everything you do for us.
Motion carries. All in favor. And on behalf of the Planning Department, thank you so much, Mike, for everything you and your family does for the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So let's move on to the annual planning board reorg. Cam, I'd like to start with secretary, correct? We'll do that first.
Okay.
All right, so I'd like to nominate Cameron Black and Ben Jordan as planning board secretaries, co-secretaries, deputy secretaries, whatever you want to call
He's been
it.
deputized.
All right.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other nominations? Any other nominations?
No.
Okay,
It doesn't look like it now.
so a motion to close nominations, please.
Second.
Okay. Could we have a roll call, please, Cam?
Okay. On a motion to approve, Acting Vice Chair Gongadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Wick.
Great work.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
It's an aye, and thank you for answering my phone calls every time I call you.
thank you for calling me.
You'll
Commissioner
get
Lewis.
some more of that.
Aye.
Yeah. Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Yeah, Cam, same as Eddie. Answer the call anytime we need you. I know it's a tough job. It's a thankless job. You're here every night until the end, beginning to end, and we appreciate it. So it's an easy aye for me.
Thank you. And I'm a bit biased, but you guys are the best board. So, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so for vice chair, although he's not here tonight, I'd like to nominate Vice Chair Gonzalez.
Second.
Okay, motion and second for Gonzalez. Do we have any other nominations?
No.
No.
Okay, so we need a motion to close nominations.
Second.
Okay, so Cam, could we have a roll call, please, for Dr. Gonzalez?
Yes. Acting Vice Chair Gongadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
It's another one that I just don't know how he does it and how he balances it, but he's really been there for Jersey City. With that, I vote aye.
Commissioner Lewis,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
It's an aye. I'll save my comments to,
When he is here.
yeah. I'll say.
Motion carries. All in favor?
Okay, so, all right, let's move on to chairman now.
I would like to make a motion to nominate Christopher Langston, our current chair, for the chair for the planning board.
Second.
All right, a motion and second. Do we have any other nominations?
No.
Okay, could I have a motion to close nominations?
Motion to close?
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Cam, roll call, please.
Acting Vice Chair Gungadin.
Chris, thank you so much for all you do for us here. I have fallen into your shoe a couple times, and I know it's quite difficult, so hats off to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Aye.
Commissioner Wick.
I'm new to this board, but thanks for all your guidance thus far. Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Chris, you know, last year, and I still stand by it, you are officially a lifelong member of Jersey City in my book.
Born and raised now?
Born and raised here in
Thank you,
Jersey City, buddy. Too bad you're in the Heights. You weren't from my neighborhood, but that's okay. And with that, I vote a big aye.
Commissioner Lewis.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
I'm going to abstain, and thank you, everybody. I appreciate you
choice.
guys. You make it easy.
Motion carries 5 in favor, 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you.
And
Can't do that.
on behalf of the planning department again, you're an incredible leader, Chris, and we all really appreciate the way
Thank
you
you,
manage the board.
Thank you. All right, maybe we can get some items done tonight now that that's over with. We'll
Oh,
see.
we're done.
Actually, yeah, we do have to do the meeting calendar. Where is that? That's at the end. Unprepared. Okay, could we have the review and discussion of the 2026 planning board meeting calendar also? Has everybody had a chance to review? Obviously, we're going to have personal conflicts along the way. We're not going to make every meeting, but any questions? Anybody have any major concerns? No. Okay. All right, I'll entertain a motion then. I don't think we do public for that, right, Santo? No. This is a board movement.
the review and discussion of the 2026 planning board meeting calendar.
Second.
All right, motion made and seconded for approval.
Acting Vice Chair Gungadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Wick.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres. Commissioner Lewis.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel. And Chairman Langston.
I'd like to thank the calendar for everything it does for us. Yeah, it's aye.
Okay, motion carries. All in favor?
Okay, thank you. So, okay, let's get to the adjournments. A through I, and let's get right into new business. Review and discussion of certified artist Jason Eberspeaker and Stephen Olweck. Formal action may be taken tonight.
So the Artist Certification Board has deemed the 2 applicants to satisfy criteria 1 through 5, deeming them certified artists in Jersey City, making them eligible for the artist housing, and planning staff reviewed the applications, agrees, and would recommend approval.
All right, thank you, Cam. Any questions, anyone?
No.
No.
Okay, is there anybody from public that wants to comment? Anyone from public?
Chair, see no one from public. I would like to close the public portion.
Second.
All right, motion made and seconded. Okay, could we have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the discussion of the artist as presented by the planning board for approval.
Second.
All right, motion made and seconded. Okay, roll call.
Acting Vice Chair Gungadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres, Commissioner Lewis,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel, and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. All in favor?
All right, thank you. Let's call item 9 is case P2025-0200. The municipal ordinance amendment. It's the review and discussion of amendments to Chapter 187, inclusionary zoning ordinance regarding converted hotel units.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. This item has already been introduced before the Municipal Council under Ordinance 25-108. And this is an item that would not amend the LDO, but Chapter 187 of the Municipal Code. And posted to the portal was the language that went to City Council. That language has some yellow highlights. It includes the addition of a definition for Chapter 187-2 for converted hotel units, which is defined as such. That portion of a proposed or existing development which seeks to convert or change hotel units to residential units in accordance with the provisions herein, the Jersey City Land Development Ordinance, or any applicable redevelopment plan. And then further down under applicability and exemptions, in this same chapter of the municipal code, it lays out how developments which include or permit a hotel component, also known as a converted hotel unit component, shall comply with the affordable housing set aside and other requirements of this chapter being the inclusionary zoning chapter. It lays out how developments and redevelopment plan with a residential component existing or proposed may request or obtain residential units in excess of the maximum dwelling units per acre, and only then would they be able to apply converted hotel units to increase that residential density. By doing so, the IZO would apply to those converted hotel units in a development such as that at 10 or 15%, depending on where it is located in the city and pursuant to the map that's adopted in the alongside the IZO. There's also the ability for a redevelopment plan project that is utilizing a commercial use bonus or office space bonus, something similar that permits hotel units or hotel uses on those floors, also utilizing this converted hotel provision. This would not trigger a D1 or D5 as it's written in this ordinance and would have jurisdiction before the planning board unless there's some other alternate D variance requested. And then lastly, the affordable housing set aside paragraph is updated to refer to this converted hotel unit language. And it just rounds out the addition of that definition and the provisions therein. This is sent to the planning board because it's related to development of buildings and land uses. It is, I guess, for all intents and purposes, a zoning ordinance or adjacent to. And looking at this language, city planning referred to several recommendations in the master plan to confirm that it is consistent with the master plan. The recommendation to ensure the city's available housing is balanced and meets the needs of all current and future city residents. Recommendation to advance and support policies and programs that create a diversity of housing options and programs, such as increasing permitted housing densities, establishing subsidies and provisions for affordable housing development, as well as the broad-based recommendation at the time that the master plan was adopted to adopt an inclusionary zoning ordinance, which would address affordability requirements in new residential developments. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Any questions, anyone?
No?
Okay, is there anybody here from the public that wants to comment? Anyone from public?
Chair, see no one from the public. I would like to close the public portion.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded. We have planning staff's recommendations, so I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P2025-0200 as presented to the board.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Acting Chair Gungadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Lewis,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Yeah, I do agree with staff that there's no detriment to the master plan, and my vote is aye to forward it to City Council with a positive recommendation.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, thank you. Let's call item 10 is case P2025-0193, is a redevelopment plan amendment brought by Bright Street Partners LLC. Council, good evening. Always a pleasure.
Good evening, Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Oswin Hadley, and I'll be representing Bright Street Partners this evening. I have with me the client, Mr. Dave Castellano, and I will just be taking brief testimony from Mr. Castellano. With that, I'll have him sworn in. It is.
Yes. And the record, state your full name.
Yeah, that's not on.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. David Castellano. Castellano.
All right, thank you, sir. Council, you're presenting a fact witness, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Castellano, are you and your wife the owners of 16 Bright Street? And as such, you're the applicants that are requesting amendments to the Bright Street redevelopment plan tonight?
We are. My wife and I own the property under the name Bright Street Partners LLC.
Okay. What is the amendment you seek to make on the Bright Street redevelopment plan?
To amend the permitted use in Zone 3, residential infill, of the plan to include retail sales and services.
And how long have you owned the property?
5 years.
Can you briefly describe the property at 16 Bright Street?
The property consists of 2 rental units up above, and on the ground floor, there's a small ground floor commercial space, approximately 1,100 square feet.
Please tell the board your profession.
I'm a realtor working for Del Forno Real Estate, and also I'm a musician.
Okay. How long have you been a realtor?
5 years.
And as a realtor, are you familiar with the market in the downtown area of Jersey City, and especially within the vicinity of Bright Street, where your property is located?
Yes, I've done numerous deals over the 5 years.
Okay. Please tell the board about your leasing experience and history with the property.
We previously leased a first floor commercial space to a realty office, but after they vacated in 2024, we have had difficulty in leasing such a small space. All the possible interested tenants were our retail businesses who have expressed interest. None are medical offices or a professional office business, which are the only permitted uses in Zone 3 of the plan.
As a realtor, is it fair to say that there's increasing demand for retail uses in the area?
Yes.
Okay. What steps have you and your wife taken to engage the community's support for your proposed amendment?
So on March 18th of 2025, we made a presentation to the Van Voorst Neighborhood Association to inquire if they could support our amendment to include retail sales and services in Zone 3 of the plan, as we had a possible tenant, a tailoring shop, and we inquired as to what retail uses they would like to see in the neighborhood.
What was the feedback you and your wife received when you presented your proposal?
Our proposed amendment was favorably received and supported by the Van Voorst Neighborhood Association. They even authored an email to the planning office indicating their support, provided planning, and the local councilman supported this amendment.
Are you aware of any other support you received for your proposed amendment?
Yes, you, as our attorney, contacted Councilman Gilmore's office to request their written support for our amendment, and you advised his office was supportive. Additionally, recently, the Historic Preservation Commission on October 20th, 2025 voted unanimously to recommend the amendment to the Bright Street redevelopment plan.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is there anybody here from public that wants to comment? Anyone from public?
Chair, see no one from the public. I would like to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, do you have anything you want to add? Any concerns?
No concerns. So planning staff undertook a consistency review of this amendment request. So this amendment was actually introduced as an ordinance in first reading by City Council at their September 17th meeting, if I recall correctly. Was as Mr. Hadley's client. I'm sorry, I missed your name. As Mr. Castellano said, this was heard by the Historic Preservation Commission at their October 20th meeting because this redevelopment plan partially lies within the Van Voorst Park Historic District, where they reviewed it for compatibility with the historic preservation principles and the character of the district. They voted favorably. This amendment in question specifically amends accessory uses that are allowed in Zone 3 residential infill, which is primarily around, well, just that infill housing, providing contextual housing that fits the typologies that are existing in the neighborhood. However, as many know, much of downtown is very flood prone. And modern new housing, you're not allowed to have residential space below base flood elevation. And so what would have traditionally been a basement apartment in most traditional older brownstones and the like in this neighborhood has to be non-residential space. This was previously accounted for via allowing as accessory uses professional office and medical office in this area. But as Mr. Castellano stated, market conditions have proven that type of space is hard to fill with office. The type of small scale retail sales, retail services, and cafes that this amendment would allow as accessory uses, so not principal uses. It has to be co-located with a primary principal use, which in this district is residential. Would be, it's very typical of the older neighborhood forms you see and the commingling of neighborhood housing and small scale retail to allow a greater array of services. So planning staff found this amendment advances a key goal of the master plan to provide for 15-minute cities and neighborhood cores while recognizing and promoting the richness of the historic assets in the city. Embedding the retail within the residential neighborhoods decreases automobile dependency, promotes the development of a diversified economy, and creates a stronger sense of place. All direct master plan goals that are being advanced here. And I'd like to just clarify, so I mentioned aside from retail sales and services, cafes is a proposed use, but not Category 1 or Category 2 restaurants. Cafes are a lower impact use defined in our municipal land use law by the absence of a dedicated kitchen and the absence of sit down dining with waiters and waitresses and the like. That smaller scale cafe use, which was a requested addition by planning staff, the applicant initially only requested retail sales and services, but we added cafes as an equivalent compatible use just for flexibility reasons, fits that goal for that small scale neighborhood level basic need retail that's appropriate for embedding within residential neighborhoods as opposed to on commercial corridors. And with that, staff recommends a finding of consistency and a recommendation to the City Council for approval.
All right. Thank you, Matt. Just a quick question on the cafe definition.
Certainly.
So no kitchens are allowed. Is cooking allowed, though, on site? So you can have a small griddle that doesn't require ventilation, correct?
Yes, so you can do microwaving, you can do like a small little George Foreman grill type. Yeah, but you can't do a full ventilated kitchen, the likes of which is associated with a restaurant Category 1 or restaurant Category 2 use.
Okay.
And so you're looking at sandwiches, snacks, but no one's installing a full-on deep fryer or a big, one of those big gas ovens or anything that would create smoke or other potential nuisances that might not be welcome embedded directly within residential housing.
Is there anything allowed outside? So say there's a backyard that they have access to. Are they allowed to grill out there or something like that?
No, not as of right.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for Matt? Anybody?
No.
All right, I'll entertain a motion then.
Chair would like to make a motion to approve case B 2025-0193, which is the proposed amendment to the Bright Street redevelopment plan amending allowed accessory use in Zone 3, residential infill, and forward to City Council for adoption or for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval to City Council.
Vice Chair Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Lewis,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
and Chair Langston.
Yeah, I do believe it's a positive use. I don't think there's any detriment to the master plan, and I'd like to vote aye and give it a positive recommendation to City Council.
Motion carries. All in favor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, folks.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to item 11. It's case P2024-0092. Is a redevelopment plan amendment. Applicant is WA Golf Company, LLC.
Good evening, Mr.
evening.
Chairman, members of the board. Substituting for Nevins McCann, Robert Vertibello from the law firm of Connell Foley. This is a proposal for a plan amendment. The description that's listed in the agenda is accurate. Effectively, what's going on here is there's a reconfiguration of permitted uses and spaces. I do have one witness here this evening, Charles Height from Dresdner Robin, just to give the consistency testimony as far as consistency with the master plan. The important point here is there's no addition of density or change in that respect, whether with regards to residential uses or units and or parking. All the limits are staying the same. Again, the main change here is anticipating changes that are coming down the road with the flood hazard rules. There were some what we were describing as mid-rise villas that were part of the plan. Those are being effectively replaced by 2 towers of lower height than what's permitted behind those towers. We think it's a more efficient use of the space, and with the upcoming change in the rules, we think that it'll be more attractive for development and make for an overall better development project. We did submit, pursuant to request from staff, maps that showed the before and after. As you'll probably note from looking at those submitted documents, it's almost difficult to discern what the changes are because again, there were 6 towers that were permitted. We still have 6 towers. Really, the substitution is in the villas. And on that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Height just to go over the technical aspects of the proposed amendment.
Okay, thank you, Council.
I do. Yes, Charles Height, last name is spelled Heydt.
And Mr. Height, if you could just state your background and experience for the record.
Yes.
That's okay, we've qualified Mr. Height before. Your license is current, though, tonight?
It is current.
Okay, thank you, you're qualified.
Yeah, so I'll jump right in. As Mr. Vertibello said, we are really trying to anticipate some of the rule changes for waterfront development, really just the redistribution and change in type of residential from the mid-rise to some of the tower on a base, which is actually more suitable for waterfront development given the flood hazard area. What my testimony today will really be about is the consistency with the master plan. So our office did do that analysis. We did submit it to the board as part of the application along with the proposed amendments. First and foremost, the proposed amendments, as Mr. Vertibello said, do stay within the overall capacity tables that are a part of the redevelopment plan. Those really actually help us confirm that there's no increases. So the plan does currently allow for 2,320,000 square feet of gross residential floor area. That is not increasing, as well as the dwelling units at 2,015. Again, this is spread out across 6 towers, and that is not increasing. What What is being proposed are the changes in the overall number of floors across the different towers. There is no increase in building height. The plan requirement actually does require a varied tower height, and the orientation of those towers have changed to address the stormwater, the waterfront development rules. We did do a view corridor study to confirm that the proposed location of those towers do advance the scenic visuals from the area along the waterfront. So I think that was also appropriately addressed. In terms of the goals of the redevelopment plan, I will just cite a few for the board tonight. We did do a full study and it's included in the memo. But the improvement of the functional and physical layout of the project area for contemplated new development and the removal of impediments to land disposition. Again, the proposed amendment allows for the reconfiguration of the overall concepts to improve the waterfront location and still accomplish the mix of uses, including retail, residential, and waterfront plazas. In terms of the other aspects of the redevelopment plan, we are still providing the overall improvement of traffic circulation. Two specific items here. We are still able to accomplish the separation of the vehicular circulation as well as that retail plaza area at different levels of the overall project. And as we shift to the master plan itself, two of the vision goals that I just wanted to call out. One, increased flexibility of programmable space. Part of this amendment does allow to reprogram that plaza area with some of the retail. So that's an improvement given its location along the waterfront. And then lastly, I do think that we're advancing the climate resiliency goal to create the adaptation for the city for increased resiliency. Again, this is forward planning to implement the waterfront development rules, given that the Hudson River is a tidally influenced body. The proposed amendments do allow for it to meet those state regulations. So again, that's a quick summary of the critical points in terms of consistency. We're within the overall requirements of the permitted density, permitted unit count, and gross square footage of residential for the redevelopment plan. That's really all I have. If the board has any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Height?
No.
All right, and Eddie?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Matt, reading staff report. Do you need any other testimony from Mr. Height at this point?
Staff had just one short request on just commenting on potential light and air impacts on adjacent properties, both positive and negative, including Liberty Spark, the Hudson Waterfront Walkway, and the like, just to really sort of button ourselves up and make sure those were contemplated here.
Yeah, so I did reference the visual impact study. It was really more about scenic views. The massing of the overall towers are required to have variable heights. So there's not a set requirement in terms of maximum or minimum. Each tower has a separate set of requirements. I think that helps create a little bit of diversity and does allow for light and air to enter this overall development as well as the adjacent properties. We're right at the north end of the golf course itself, but also the waterfront development rules do require that buildings be perpendicular to the waterfront to allow for light and air to access and come in off the river. So we're able to accomplish that as well with this reconfiguration.
Good, satisfied, Matt?
No further questions right now.
Okay, all right, thank you. Council, anything else?
No, that completes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Is anybody here from public that wants to comment? Anyone from public?
Chair, see no one from public. I would like to close.
As set forth on the agenda, it's 100 Cavan Point Road.
Okay, anybody else from public?
See no one from public. I would like to close the public portion.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, do we need any more testimony from you?
No, I mean, Mr. Height provided a very detailed consistency report. I think there's always a little bit of caution to be taken when you're talking about, a large amount of development close to a natural resource, but this plan doesn't necessarily endanger that resource.
Okay. All right, thank you, Matt.
Chair would like to make a motion to approve case B 2024-0092, which is a redevelopment plan amendment.
Okay, motion made and seconded.
Vice Chair Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Wick, Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Lewis,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
and Chair Langston.
Yeah, I think there's no detriment to the master plan, and I think it definitely advances the goals and objectives, so my vote is aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, council. Let's get into old business. Item A is case P2025-0192, is a site plan extension for 85 Storms Avenue. Good evening, council.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. Tom Lean of Connell Foley here on behalf of the applicant. This is an extension. I did notice for it, though it's not required. This is posted on the portal, but I will give a copy to council.
Chairman, since Mr. Lean did go through the trouble of doing the notice, I will take a look at it. It is not required as it is an extension of a prior approval, but it does appear to be the same one that was posted to the portal. We're going to mark it as A1 for purpose of the record.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I do have two extensions on here tonight. They're both from the same developer, so the reason is going to be very similar for both extensions. Just to give a little background, this was an approval for a 5-story, 23-unit building with 6 parking spaces in the NC zone. It was as of right. We did not ask for any variances. The approval was obtained back in 2022. My client ran into a little bit of financial difficulty around that time and was unable to obtain financing for this or the project afterwards. They do have a new partner involved, and they were going in to go for permitting when they realized that the approval had essentially lapsed back in 2024. So though we are asking for 2 years this evening to bring it to 2026, it is our first request for an extension on this development.
So, Council, why don't you just explain when it expired and
Sure.
when it's being extended to?
It expired back on July 12th of 2024. It will, if it's the 2-year request is granted tonight, it will extend it to July 12th of 2026.
Okay, thank you, council.
So we got to go back a year and a half to pick up 6 months going forward.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Can't believe we voted another year for you, and your math is that bad.
That's why my bills are so low, Council.
Okay, any questions from the board?
No.
Okay, thank you, council. Is there anybody from the public that wants to comment on this application? Anyone from public?
Chair, see no one from the public. I would like to close the public portion.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Cam, do you have any, anything you want to add?
Just asking that you agree to all the conditions from the original approval in the resolution.
That is acceptable.
Okay.
Okay, planning staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case B 2025-0192 as presented to the board together with staff recommendation and all conditions.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Acting Vice Chair Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres, Commissioner Lewis,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel, and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor with conditions.
All right, thank you. Let's call case P2025-0195 as a site plan extension for 833 to 835 Bavonia Avenue.
Again, for the record, Tom Lean of Connell Foley here on behalf of the applicant. Again, I did notice for this application there was a deviation involved previously, so I do tend to notice for those extensions.
Thank you, Mr. Lean. Chairman, I did have the opportunity to review this notice as well. It did appear on the portal. This does appear to be the original of that notice. Proof of publication and mailing, we're going to mark it as A1 for purpose of the record.
Thank you, counsel.
So again, same developer. This is 833 to 835 Pavonia Avenue. We are in Zone 4 of the Journal Square redevelopment plan. This was an approval for 5 stories with 26 units. The one deviation we did request that was approved was the depth of the building above the first floor as it relates to the distance from the right-of-way. It did not exceed 5,000 square feet, so we did not trigger the IZO. Similar situation to the prior request. My client now has a partner on board who's going to work to develop this property with them. This was memorialized on December 13th of 2022, which would have brought us to December 13th of 2024. I am asking for 2 years just because by the time the resolution is done here, we're going to be into late November, so that's not going to give them a lot of time to move forward. So we are asking that for the 2-year extension, which would bring us to December 13th of 2026.
Okay, any questions, anyone?
No.
No.
You were granted a 2-year extension already?
No, this is also the first time we are asking for
Okay,
Really a
anything else?
13-month.
Yeah.
Non-prong-tonk, we're going to go back 11 months, and then we'll go forward
No,
13.
I thought I heard him say that there was granted a 2-year extension already. We don't grant 4 years, so.
All right, anybody else? All right, is anybody here from the public that wants to comment? Anyone from public?
Chair, see no one from the public. I would like to close the public portion.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, do you have anything you want to add?
Staff just asks that all conditions from previous approvals be carried forward.
That is acceptable.
Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Chair would like to make a motion to approve case P 2025-0195 as presented to the board, together with staff recommendations and all conditions.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval with conditions.
Acting Vice Chair Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Lewis,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Let's move on to item C, is case P 2025-0179 is a final subdivision extension for 286 Cole Street. Good evening, counsel.
Evening. Patrick Conlon here for Skarinski Hollenbach on behalf of the applicant, Cole Street Development Company, LLC. So another extension where we were approved for a major subdivision in June 2020. We then requested an extension that was extended until May 24th, 2025. The reason we're back here again, we're just seeking 1 year to, originally our intention had been to affect the subdivision by deed. We were going to consolidate the deeds, but the tax assessor for Jersey City advised that she would prefer a plat. And so we've prepared that plat, and we just need additional time to have it executed by the relevant people and then recorded.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Any questions, anyone?
No.
All right, is anybody here from public that wants to comment? Anyone from public?
Chair, see no one from the public. I would like to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Jen do you have anything you want to add?
Just gonna ask the applicants to comply with the conditions in the original approval.
Sure.
With that, staff recommend approval.
Okay, thank you.
Chair would like to make a motion to approve case P 2025-0179 as presented to the board with staff recommendations and conditions.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Acting Vice Chair Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Lewis, Commissioner Patel, and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Thank you all.
Okay, let's move on to item D, is case P 2024-0182, is a preliminary and final major site plan and interim use for 200 Chapel Avenue. And counsel, you want us to call the next item as well? Okay, so we'll also call item E, is case P 2024-0229, is the review and discussion of master plan amendment within Caven Point redevelopment plan. Petitioner is Pulte Homes of New Jersey Limited Partnership. Good evening, counsel.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Commissioners, Chairman, Council, and staff. My name is Jim McCann from the law firm of Connell Foley. I'm here appearing on behalf of the applicants in case 0182 and case 224. The applicant is Pulte Homes of New Jersey Limited Partnership. The property is lot 15. Somebody tell me the block number. I lost. 27503. Thank you. So before I proceed,
Counsel, why don't we get counsel's appearance on the record?
yeah, I was going to say I'm going to let counsel appear because I know he has an objection to proceeding tonight.
Actually, counsel, before, don't move. You're good. No, you're good. We have two commissioners that were not present at the last meeting. I just want to make sure that they are allowed to sit on the
Participate.
case tonight, participate. And so let's start. Commissioner Torres, you were not at the last meeting.
I was not at the last meeting, but I did review all the videos of the July and the September meeting.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Lewis, did you have a chance to review? Okay. It's a lot, I know. Okay, so Commissioner Torres and Commissioner Lewis can both participate in the meeting tonight, and we have quorum. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Chairman. Martin Caballar from Becker on behalf of an objector, Port Liberté Homeowners Association Incorporated. We did have a preliminary objection that we wanted to put on the record tonight. I did send a letter into your council. On October 21st, 2025, the portal was updated with 7 new documents and maps from the applicant. The municipal land use law requires in that scenario that any maps and documents for which approval is sought at a hearing, that they must be on file and available for public inspection at least 10 days before the date of the hearing. That did not occur here. They were uploaded on 10/21. I understand counsel for the applicant advised me they submitted them to the portal on 10/17, and that may not be their fault and may be nobody's fault, but the condition is as it exists, they were not up 10 days prior to this hearing, and that does prejudice our client as well as members of the public at large, not having that opportunity under the municipal land use law. So respectfully, we would ask that you carry to the next available meeting date.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Mr. McCann, do you want to
Yes.
address that?
So I don't dispute the facts that Mr. Caballar has said or his letter. We did upload 7 new documents to the planning portal on the 17th of October, which is actually 11 days before today. We then submitted the package of those same documents to Mr. Caballar on the 20th of October, which is the following Monday, as a courtesy. We had no obligation to do that, but we did. We also do acknowledge that planning did not post those documents on the planning portal until October 21st. We don't dispute those facts. I don't dispute the fact that the municipal land use law has a provision in it that says any maps and documents for which an approval is sought at a hearing shall be on file and available for public inspection at least 10 days before the date of the hearing. However, there's another sentence at the end of that section that says the applicant may produce other documents, records, or testimony at the hearing to substantiate or clarify or supplement previously filed maps and documents. So just to put this in context, we've received 4 objection letters from the HOA council. 1 from a planner, 2 from their civil engineer, and a 3rd from a traffic consultant. So what we have been doing for the past 2 months, and we told you some of this at the September 9th hearing, but when we get those comment letters, we take them very seriously, and we direct our team, Pulte Homes has directed our team, to do whatever they can to address the concerns of the professionals that are in opposition to this project. And that's exactly what we did. After the September 9th hearing, when we were here before you and we made our presentation of the plans and documents that we want approved, we knew we were coming back today, so we went back to the drawing board and we made some revisions to the plans after reviewing the letters that we received from opposition counsel. And I will tell you, 2 of the letters we received on September 5th, which was 4 days before the hearing that we came to on the 9th. So we did not have time to consider and address those comments, concerns, and objections. So we proceeded with the case. But since there was another month between hearings, we decided we did have time. So we addressed as many of those comments as we could. We put them in a single letter that Langen Engineering prepared, dated October 17th, 2025, and we submitted it to the portal with the other 6 documents. So what we've been attempting to do, we don't want to be litigious with the Homeowners Association. We want to try to satisfy their legitimate concerns about the project. So what we did was we took the time to collate all their objections, put them in one letter, the one I just mentioned for Langen, and address them all. And we haven't changed any location of any building. We did submit a new set of plans. We didn't change the location of any buildings. We didn't make any physical changes to any of the any of the structures that we're asking you to approve. But what we did do was add additional notes to the plans. We put more specific information in the plans that the HOA asked for. And to give you the easiest example, when we were here at the last hearing, there were some concerns by this board because the parking counts that we had produced were from August of 2024. And everybody noticed, especially the vice chairman, that that was not during school. So we had a month from September 9th to now. So what we did was we asked, Pulte Homes asked their traffic consultant to go back out and get updated new traffic counts to substantiate the report that we had already filed. We got those traffic counts on October 7th. And that's one of the documents that we've submitted to the portal to respond to one of the board's concerns. We also received, and we had mentioned this to you previously, we received comments from the Division of Infrastructure. And we tried to address those by September 9th. And the board had said to us, well, did you get any feedback from the Division of Infrastructure on the plan revisions you made? So after September 9th, we obtained a letter from the Division of Infrastructure that said, yes, you've addressed all of our comments properly except for 2. They asked for 2 more striping changes to be added to the plans. So we added those to the plans that we then filed on October 17th. So what I'm getting at is I acknowledge the documents were not filed 10 days before the hearing, but they are, in a way, they're not rebuttal, but they're response documents to the opposition that the HOA council has filed with the board or may present tonight to the board. I don't know what the opposition council's case is, but those are documents that are supplements, that we are addressing comments that have been raised by all parties involved. They're not entirely new plans. So my position is that we've not violated Section 10 of the MLUL. We have leeway in that last sentence that talks about supplements to the record, and that we can proceed tonight.
Okay, thank you, counsel.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just quickly respond.
Sure, absolutely.
So, in terms of the fact that, the applicant received our objections only a few days before the prior hearing, such is the nature of an objector's case. I mean, that's why this 10-day provision exists, to allow us to properly prepare. And virtually on every application, that's when the applicant receives the objections. They receive some before that, but a majority of them come in because that's when we know they can't submit anything else. The record is full at that point. Our experts can analyze it, and we can respond to it. They did have another choice. They had voluminous reports from us that they wanted to address. They didn't have to start on that night. They could have said, we received these materials. We want to carry one more hearing, submit new materials, as they've done here now at the 11th hour, though, and proceed in that fashion. They chose not to. They chose to go forward, which is okay. That's their right. I'm not objecting to that. But I want to make sure that, and I know the council does understand this, is that, there was no improper doing on part of the association in submitting that a few days before. That's the life of an objector and objectors counsel. That's what we have to do, is submit it in that time frame. In terms of the materials that were submitted, they are significant. And while I have no doubt that counsel is being truthful when he says and makes representations about what is in those materials, we should have the fair opportunity of those 10 days to go through them ourselves and make sure that's the case, not just rely on those representations. And the materials, they're not slim. You have the cover letter, yes, okay, fine. You have 26 pages of responses to the reports of the HOA and others. You have 37 pages of revised plans. You have a parking landscape ratio exhibit. You have the updated stormwater report consisting of 260 pages. You have the survey, boundary and topographic survey, another 2 sheets. And then you have the traffic assessment report, another 37 pages. And again, that's a lot to go through in only 10 days, and we've had less than 10 days. So that's the reason for the objection. I understand, I don't believe counsel or the applicant is trying to do anything or pull the rug out. That's why they submitted it on October 17th. But the fact of the matter is, the facts happen. You heard counsel say it happened. They weren't uploaded till October 21st. And it is what it is at this point. The application should be carried based on the MULL. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Just for the record, I'm also not suggesting that Mr. Calabar has done anything below board or anything by submitting documents at the last minute. I do understand that he has limited time to do things. So
All right, thank you, counsel.
everything's been very professional so far.
Excellent, that's good to hear. Counsel?
So Chairman, first, I would say that I learned of this issue today. So those that appear here regularly know one of my pet peeves is I didn't get the courtesy of the issue being raised on Friday. So instead of enjoying some time over the weekend that I would have loved to have had, and I know the board agrees with this, I'm preparing for a hearing tonight because I do have other clients. I know I prioritize this board, but I do have other clients and other obligations. So I'm a little disappointed that this wasn't put out there sooner. I think that the 10-day rule is the 10-day rule. There's no question about it. It's 10 days. I think it has to be submitted. We can get into what's available, what isn't available. But I think that the fact that things are being submitted 10 days before, objections are coming in the day of, it's costing this board time. And this board is made up of volunteers. And I am sure that Commissioner Torres was watching the YouTube video over the weekend and preparing for the hearing tonight. And, you know, it shouldn't be this way. We have a room full of public people that have come out to hear the application. I don't know what other matters have carried looking at the agenda thinking, okay, this Pulte application has multiple attorneys. This is going to eat into the time. But quite frankly, Mr. Chairman, the only people that I'm particularly concerned about is this board. You guys volunteer, and we've got a lot of business to deal with. So be that as it may, off the soapbox, it sounds as though what has been submitted by the applicant is in response to what was submitted by Objectors Counsel. And if there's 10 issues that Objectors Counsel and his team have with what the applicant had submitted, and now the applicant has gone back and made some changes, maybe those 10 issues are now down to 3 issues. I would hate to see, as I understood where we left off, Objectors Council was going to put on professionals that were going to talk about all of the things that we've heard about, some of which may now have changed. We don't need to hear 2 hours of opposition testimony if only an hour of that or a half hour of that becomes relevant to the application, because admittedly there have been things addressed. So I hate to belabor the point, but I think there's that pragmatic aspect. Why listen to 3 hours of testimony if we only need an hour to address those fine points? I leave that to the board. With respect to whether or not the board can proceed, you know, I think it's a gray area. I think it was submitted 10 days before. I don't know if anybody attempted to come and try to get those plans. It was a Friday afternoon. Had they come Monday, would they have been accessible and everything else? But honestly, I don't know how the board feels, but I'm very concerned that some of the issues that are raised by council that are absolutely legitimate issues, and council, I don't mean to say that they're not legitimate issues, but I think maybe they've changed or maybe they've been addressed by some of the revisions. In fairness, I don't know. I haven't had the opportunity, because here's the other thing. That board packet comes out to the board 10 days before. And when I access the link, it takes me to what was there in that link. So that's my 2 cents, Chairman. I don't know how you and the rest of the board feels.
Mr. Chairman, if I just make quickly, and again, I will be brief.
Sure.
I meant absolutely no disrespect to the council or to Mr. Alampi. In fact, the email that was sent to me, council said, I uploaded this, he sent it on the 20th, I uploaded this on the 17th. My initial reaction was, I got this on the 20th. Oh no, I didn't get this 10 days and below. But the representation was made to me, it was uploaded on the 17th because, as council said, they uploaded it on the 17th. I didn't come to learn that it was actually posted on the 21st until thereafter. So I got it on the 20th. I still didn't get it in time, but I didn't think I had an objection to be made because I was represented to that it's on the portal already. We did this on the 17th, which is their only requirement. Their requirement is not to provide it directly to me.
Sure.
They could have just put it on the portal, and then I would have been coming tonight saying I didn't even get the courtesy email, but council's much better than that. He sent me the courtesy email, and I'd be just arguing based on the 21st. So I certainly don't mean to impact anybody's weekend or do anything like that. This is a legitimate issue. And again, the statute says what it says, that it has to be available. It's not available. It should be carried on that basis. In terms of what I expect out of my experts, I know 2 out of the 3 have had a chance to fully review, and will be able to testify if we have to tonight, but 1 hasn't, and that certainly prejudiced us. So in that matter, I'd like them to take a closer look at everything, because it does sound like some of the things have been addressed. So if they have that additional time, they'll come in, and as Mr. Lampe pointed out, their testimony will hopefully be shorter as well. But I assume the applicant needs to put on more testimony too still, based on those changes, and that's the unfair part about it.
Sure, understood, counsel.
So-
Counsel will give you one last rebuttal.
I don't know if it's a rebuttal. It's maybe a solution.
Comment,
All
whatever.
right. So I think council is correct. We would like the opportunity to explain the additional documents that we filed on the 17th that were posted on the portal on the 21st. We could do that tonight if council doesn't object to it and withhold cross-examination on those documents until all of council's professionals have had the opportunity to review what we produced, what we present tonight, and review the documents. That way they'll have probably more than 30 days to review them. And we can hold comments from the public for any documents for any of the revised documents until the next hearing. So the public would have had more than 30 days to review. I'll just throw that out as a potential solution, but I would want council to be comfortable with that if we're going to do that.
It is
Both,
not-
both council and the board.
I say this knowing that I'm objector's counsel. It is not my nature to try to be difficult, which oftentimes makes it hard for me to appear as objector's counsel because I want to extend all the professional courtesies I possibly can to counsel when it's necessary. The issue with that, again, is they didn't meet the requirement. I don't have that same opportunity for my experts to have that amount of time, hear the testimony, act in real time to it. They haven't had the material as long, so it does impact us still, even if they were to start putting on their case. I mean, routinely when applicant's putting on the case, the experts for the objector are obviously listening, but also talking with counsel, going back and forth, and they just haven't had that material the same amount of time as they should have had that material. And that's the real basis of the objection.
Ironically, Chairman, nobody seems to be concerned with whether the board's even reviewed the material.
I'm concerned about that. And
I'm just saying, guys.
Mr. Lampe, that's why you're a very good attorney.
So counsel, no disrespect. My one concern is the board, and my one concern is the board's record. We're not going to bend over backwards trying to pull testimony from here and have the public comment on it later. We're going to hear this thing the way we want to hear this application. That's the board's prerogative. It's not up to you, Mr. McCann. It's not up to you, counsel.
Understood.
So that's the way we're going to proceed. The bottom line, the information was not available on the portal on the date required. I don't want to take testimony on what the new material is until counsel's had a chance to review it with his experts. I don't want to do testimony on what it is if his experts aren't prepared to cross-examine. Counsel, am I out of bounds with this at all?
Absolutely not, Chairman, but Commissioner Torres
Oh,
sounds
just
like
one
he
comment
wants
on what you piggyback off Chairman. Yes, that the board has to come back and look, but also, let's not forget the public. They're
Absolutely.
gonna have to remember 30 days of information to come back to answer a question that was brought to them 30 days ago, or whatever the next meeting is. I don't think it's fair to the public either.
It's
I
not.
just wanted to make that comment.
I agree. It's not fair to the public, and counsel, I get no pleasure out of this. Believe me, even though I was at the last meeting, I went through and I watched the video. And guess what? I'm going to do that again now for the next meeting or whenever the carry date is.
I'm sure it's gripping testimony.
It's fascinating. It's fascinating.
Better than a baseball game yesterday.
Riveting.
That was a good one.
Maybe counsel and I can get a little more heated at the next hearing.
I
and
wish
create a
you
little drama
would.
for
I wish you would.
It's not our nature. It's not our nature. I don't see it happening.
So
Or you
I
guys
under-
could get together and resolve some of these issues that are being discussed
I'm
between
hoping
your
that-
respective experts.
So I'm hoping that our submission has done that. I know there are some things that won't be resolved, but I'm hoping many, many, many of them are. That was our intention by making the submission.
And I don't doubt that for a second.
And there may be still some things we disagree on because they were wrong a few times and we told them in our supplemental report.
No
But I understand we're not going forward tonight. So
Okay.
can we get on November 28th?
Cam. 28th, I believe it is. Eighth?
So
No.
it would have to be,
25th, sorry. I get my dates wrong all the
That's
time.
okay.
November 25th.
Me too.
it would
days
have to
before
be
Thanksgiving.
December 9th.
Perfect time
9th?
Yeah.
for a hearing on wastewater.
Just this season.
Okay, best we can do, counsel, is December 9th.
Ah, you in Bright Street.
Figured. All right.
How's that going to work
Perfect.
out?
We'll see who win the match.
So,
Must see TV.
yeah, I mean, the date is the date. I think I don't know, Cam. How are we going to handle these two on the same night?
Christmas Miracle.
Yeah. I can't argue with that, counsel. So let's make December 9th. We'll accommodate somehow. We'll figure it out. But we're going to carry this to December 9th.
Can we attempt to make sure that we don't run into this issue on December 9th? And maybe if we're running towards this issue on Thanksgiving, you guys could let me know?
If there's no further submissions, we won't run into that issue.
All right.
I don't
If there
think,
are, then I'll speak to council, yes.
So you don't anticipate submitting second rebuttal or sub-rebuttals to what council
Let me
submitted?
clarify, I don't necessarily mean from us, I meant from the applicant. Because the timeline's on them, not on us, unfortunately. Their burden, not ours.
So do you envision that there will be a written submission from your professionals to what council has potentially
I think
submitted?
that would probably be the case. It'd help the board certainly if we had that.
Sure.
So we've had it in the past. They didn't have the chance to do that, and that's why I don't have it tonight. They, you know, but yes, I imagine we will submit something still. I could probably get that to them relatively quickly, and they'll have plenty of time in advance of.
Yeah, honestly, I think if we can agree on some of the items, great. If we can narrow some of the items,
I think some of the stuff,
you know,
will be narrowed at the end of the day, yes, but there'll still be an opposition case.
that's what I suspect, but Counsel, in all sincerity, you seem to be focused on the issues. You don't seem to be creating additional issues that some opposition attorneys create, so.
We are not. It either exists or it does not, and if I don't have an expert to say it exists or in a legal argument, I won't bring it. It's for the public to bring if they want, though.
we don't know what his case is yet, but we'll see.
We knew what it was enough that you submitted 633 pages. If I read
Okay.
that
Got
email
it.
right.
All right, let's move on with our.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time,
Thank you.
as
We'll see you on
always.
December 9th.
Anybody here on this matter? December 9th. No further notice will be coming to you. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, while the room clears out, let's take a 10-minute break, everybody.
Right. I think everyone behind me probably already did. Yeah.
Oh, Gabby's doing it. Okay.
It's like a movie. Yeah, and I have mine like.
Yeah, I don't want to use yours, but plug it in there, it should work. This works.
Do you use that for this? Does this work? Yeah. I emailed them as well. Gerard told them. I emailed them.
What's up, gentlemen? Hey, see you again. Hey, man, long time no see. We were together last night.
Oh, yeah.
You're doing the circuit, man, every day. You have a family. You remember those days, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So, sorry, you too, right?
Yeah.
I saw you guys, did your daughter play lacrosse?
She does, yeah. Yeah.
I saw you, we're Somerset Hills. I thought maybe I saw you at Fort Mill.
Probably.
Yeah, where'd you get out?
Well, at that time, depending on how long ago, 2 years ago, we were in Maplewood.
This past year.
Okay, so South Orange. Yeah, but it's the same thing, absolutely. She's lacrosse and flag football, basketball.
I was coaching second grade girls across last year. Oh, nice. And, as you guys know, it gave me an excuse to the office.
It's a legitimate reason.
Otherwise, it's better than, get otherwise, it's amazing how it's a vacuum. Oh shit, it's 5 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
It's like I'll be on regular time.
We have that event at 4 o'clock. What time do you leave at 6?
Oh, yeah. It's probably gonna open it. No, it's fun.
My wife was coaching the lacrosse team.
Okay.
Two of my kids went to college on lacrosse scholarship. And they wouldn't have been at the colleges they went to if they didn't get included as an employee. So life changes for sports if it could happen. I think it's more apt to happen for boys than girls.
You know, I think for young women, I mean, it's for men too. It's for boys. I mean, I think like that. Especially for women, in terms of like confidence, team building.
Competitiveness, self-esteem, right? To make something happen.
Just be part of a team, it's fundamental.
Right.
Like my kid is an introvert, and so it helps her.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah, my daughter's very smart, very bright. She'll say she'll look at me. Yeah, it's like asking her to join her. She has no problem. Yeah. Super competitive out there across the
Right.
I said to her half the time, if you talk to the boys at the table, you don't like to sit and talk to the young girls. It's like, biting his head off. So what do you guys think?
Well, we got 2,000 minutes.
Okay. Which,
It's on Baldwin Avenue.
Yeah.
180.
Hello, sir. Good to see you.
Gang's all here.
Yeah. Your body's nice. Okay, that's right. That's right. But, yeah. FBI or something. Jesus Christ. At least you get a laugh out of it. Hopefully you get a laugh out of it. Hey. Just right here. I haven't seen it. I thought you had it. Okay. Yeah. You never noticed that.
Okay, can we come to order again, everybody? We'll call item F as case P2024-0082 as a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances for 388 7th Street. Good evening, council.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. This matter was carried from, I believe, September 9th. We just opened up the testimony and an overview of the project. We also marked the notices. I would note for the record that I believe 4 of the 6 commissioners were present there. I don't believe Commissioner Torres or Commissioner Lewis were there, so I'd ask if they can advise if they read the transcripts.
Commissioner, you reviewed? Commissioner? Okay, we're good. We have quorum, council.
Okay, great, thank you. So just to briefly go back to what this is a development of a corner property on 7th Street and Division Street. It will be 31 residential units with 5 parking spaces. It's in the Enos Jones redevelopment plan. That plan was specifically created to provide for an opportunity for contributions to renovate the Enos Jones Park. So as part of this application, if approved, this would be, the applicant would be making a $420,000 contribution towards Enos Jones and improvements at the park. My client has been designated as a redeveloper by the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency. The reason that's important is because that's where the money would go on similar projects, because they make sure it's specifically used for Enos Jones Park. So it is an 8-story building. You'll see during the presentation we are in a floodplain, so we are using the ground floor for purposes other than residential. But at the end of the day, we only have 7 residential floors. We are asking for relief on the number of stories, but we're still within the permitted height. So with that said, I'm going to get out of the way, and I'm going to have Matt Newells, our engineer, give you an overview of the property. Then I have Mr. Vandermark to take you through the project, and then our Mr. Bellamy.
Okay, thank you, council. Good evening.
Oh. Yes, I do. Sure, my name is Matthew Newells. It's N-E-U-L-S.
Mr. Knowles, good evening. We've qualified you in the past. Your license is current tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to try to plug in my screen here. So. Go ahead. I think we're all set. Okay. All right.
So we
That's not what I want to show.
don't have it on our displays.
Okay,
I
so
don't
it just,
think.
well, I guess
We
we'll
don't
start
have it
by
on our
introducing-
displays.
It's up
Oh, there it is. Okay, we got it. Apologies. Go ahead.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I have on the screen a copy of the civil engineering drawings that were submitted and that were available on the website. So I'll just start by describing the location of the property. Mr. Harrington did a good job with that, but I'll just kind of zoom in a little bit here on our location map and describe this at the corner of 7th and Division Street. So it's about halfway between Enos Jones Park, which is about a block north of the site, and then Healy's Tavern is a good landmark about a block south of the site at the intersection of Newark and Division. So
Not familiar, sorry. Not
good
familiar.
location there.
Only on St. Patty's.
Yeah. I'm going to switch to the colored rendering, so a little better looking than just the engineering drawings. But so just a quick walk around the site here. We have our 8-story building, 31 units, kind of here tucked into the corner of the site. We have a driveway entrance here on the left side on Division Street, and that provides access to our 5 parking spaces interior and also area for the refuse and the other functions there inside the ground floor of the building.
pedestrian entrance a little further down on Division Street here where I'm pointing, which provides access to the lobby and such, and also a secondary entrance here on the right onto 7th Street. Again, 5 parking spaces inside the building, 3 along the back side here, 1 here along Division Street, and then the last space here where I'm pointing in the right-hand side of the building. And parking and circulation is fairly straightforward. We do have some 7 trees that were going to remain on site, and those with regards had some discussions with the city forester about these existing trees to remain here, both on 7th Street and Division Street here, along with a green strip, which isn't as common on the city street. So those things are to remain. There is proposed landscaping also along the building itself. And as you can see in these green areas up along the planters that are up along the facades of the building along both streets. Switch back to the drawings, just give you a quick overview of some of our utility and stormwater features of the project. Here we go. You do have a stormwater management system to meet the city's stormwater control ordinance, which consists of a detention tank under the lowest floor, under that parking area floor, which will provide for the peak flow reductions, along with some green plantings on the roof as well. That'll meet the requirements, provide the required peak flow reductions, and tie into the existing infrastructure in Division Street in terms of our stormwater connection there. Go one more page down. Utility connections. We do provide, zoom into that so you can see it actually. But we do provide a sanitary sewer connection to the existing sewer in 7th Street, handle this to the sanitary sewer for the building. We do have, again, that stormwater connection on Division, and along with water connection as well, water connection to the water mains in Division Street. I think that's a quick overview. We have gotten review letters from the Transportation Planning Department. We have already incorporated some of those comments into the latest revised set of plans, so we've addressed those comments. Particularly among them was the width of the curb cut into the driveway. We've reduced that to 10 feet and addressed several other comments there as well. We've also received a letter from the Jersey City MUA. We have no problem addressing those comments. Those are straightforward comments, which we're happy to address as well. I think it's a fairly straightforward from an engineering perspective.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Newells. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead, Ed.
The Division Street going north
Yes.
stops at the park, and then you're not able to make a right turn east, right, on that street by the park?
Yes.
Or is it double? It's two-way?
East, yes. Yeah.
So if the garbage removal, is it gonna be on Division Street, or is it gonna be
Garbage removal?
the garbage removal of the
Yes,
building?
it'll be on Division Street, and there's a rim inside the building, but the containers will be wheeled out onto the Division Street
Onto
side.
Division Street, and the trucks will be able to go around and back towards Brunswick Street?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? No. Okay, thank you, Mr. Newells. And just for the record, council, Santo has to recuse on this application. We're comfortable going forward without council, but if at any time we feel like we need to consult council, we'll stop the hearing, we'll consult with outside counsel.
Yes, it's understood, and that's consistent with September 9th, that he stepped away.
Okay, all right, thank you, council.
So as Mr. Vandermark sets up, this is, Mr. Vandermark is the architect of record, and will take us through the project.
I do.
Sure, that is Anthony C. Vandermark Jr., principal of the architectural firm of MVMK Architecture.
Mr. Vandermark, good evening. Your license is current and in good standing tonight?
Good evening, Chair. Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Not to be redundant on previous testimony, we're here this evening for a 8-story proposal. Again, number of feet is compliant with the Enos Jones redevelopment plan. We are proposing 31 residential units with 5 parking spaces. Top left-hand corner, again, not to keep going over the same points, is that we have 50 feet of frontage on 7th Street. We have 100-foot depth in lot, totaling 5,000 square feet. As you can see, all the way to the north, 1 block is the Enos Jones Park, and directly behind us, we have a very large building being constructed at 387 8th Street, and I have a couple of slides to show you what that looks like. The existing site is a surface-grade parking lot, all concrete, 100% impervious. Clearly, this application with the stormwater detention that Mr. Newells had previously mentioned, as well as various intensive green roof elements, over 24%. We have a much better site, or much better application for this property as opposed to what is there now. The parking lot is privately used. It is not public parking. The owner of this property and the developer is Mr. Ziggy Rozowski. He owns Ziggy's Auto Body, which is directly across the street to the south of this property. In the background, again, is the 9-story construction going on, which is in the Enos Jones redevelopment planned area. Same zone, we're in the mid-rise transition zone, and we're in bonus class C. In the foreground is the parking lot. The existing parking lot is accessed from 7th Street. As part of this application and as part of the neighborhood comments that we went back and forth with, through various correspondences, that they no longer wanted the curb cut on 7th Street. They would rather have it moved to Division Street for the two-way access point. Therefore, we are eliminating that curb cut. 1 car is going back on the street. However, we are creating a 10-foot wide curb cut on Division Street, a little further to the north of mid-property. As Mr. Newells had previously mentioned, we are reutilizing, or we are leaving 7 pre-existing street trees. We have various aprons at both the curb line and the building line for rainwater consumption.
Mr. Vandermark, before we go on, I don't think these were submitted, were they?
I apologize, Chair. Yes, these are current photographs of the condition of the property. The application was filed quite a few months ago, and I just wanted the board to have an update of what exists adjacent to this property and also adjacent to the property in the foreground.
Okay,
But-
so,
Yeah, we can mark the entire slide deck as A2.
okay, A2, and how many slides is it?
20 slides, and I am not prepared to use all of them.
It's nice to hear. Okay, so 20 slides, and when were they taken?
The photographs were taken prior to the last meeting, so that would have been 1 month ago.
Yeah, prior to September 9th.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, excellent. Okay, A2, 20 slides.
Sorry about that, Chair.
That's all right.
Again, pre-existing condition in the foreground is the surface parking lot, and in the background is the large 9-story stucco blank wall that our property or our building will be more or less, being built or constructed to, but not attached to. Just for background, again, as part of the Enos Jones redevelopment plan, construction is now starting to take place, both on this property, and there is a sister application to this property at the World Boxing Gym, also owned by our client, Ziggy Rozowski, and that will be in front of this board, probably within the next few months. So it certainly is an area in transition and being redeveloped here. The proposed application has 31 units. Of the 31 units, we have 23 one-bedrooms and 8 two-bedrooms. Very simple, very straightforward, typical floor plans. As previously mentioned, we have a few variances. One is that we are proposing 100% lot coverage and the first floor sits within the AE zone of the federal floodplain. We thought rather than just having the building elevated and have a 6-foot high, quote unquote, basement or crawl space that residential cannot be sitting in the floodplain, is that we are proposing 5 parking spaces. One of the concerns of the neighborhood was they wanted parking, as much parking as we possibly could on this site. Therefore, we are providing 5, which is permitted within the floodplain, 1 corner amenity, and also the circulation points, as previously mentioned by Mr. Newells. Second variance is that on the 7th residential floor, we are providing both street frontages at 0 lot line, and we are required a setback of 8 feet at both street frontages. I will show you as part of this presentation that the courtyard was expanded. Therefore, the lost area and footprint area at the courtyard setback for a greater setback to the adjacent neighbor, we implemented back at the street facades at the 7th floor. The 8th floor is set back in compliance with the Enos Jones redevelopment plan. However, it does have a greater setback to the western side at 9'11". Right-hand side, looking at the building and plan, again, a 7-story section with a setback 8-story. We also are providing a rooftop amenity with extensive green roofing area as well as outdoor space for the tenants. The diagram on the right-hand side, again, shows you the blue line of the setback area with the area gained due to that setback deviation request. However, in the courtyard, as you can see, which is adjacent to the neighbor of the east, is that we provided an expanded L-shaped courtyard of greater area. What you have here is a corner lot, and it has a rear lot point, and the proposed or the required setback is at 15 feet in both directions. However, as you can see as part of this graphic, we are providing a 21-foot 9-inch setback from the corner to the west, and then to the south we are providing 17-foot 1. So that increase in floor area, when you weigh both the area gained and the area lost, we are still losing 62 square feet as part of this proposal of what could be permitted or permitted volume. As part of the site plan adjacent to it to the left, again, we are maintaining 7 street trees, the landscaping at the curb apron on both sides, and as well as adjacent to the building line. We are proposing all new sidewalks, new corner improvement for ADA compliance, and again, a 10-foot wide curb cut, which is just north of mid-building. Working your way inbound, not to be redundant, 5 parking spaces sitting in the floodplain, a centralized lobby that's coming in off of Division Street. We are proposing 20 bicycle parking spaces, which is compliant. We have 1 transformer, which is going to be dry flood proofed, as well as the amenity space adjacent to it at the corner, which is 230 square feet. 2 means of egress, and a trash room that's located internally within the garage. As you work your way up to the 2nd floor, we have 4 proposed residential units. We have 2 one-bedrooms at 687 and 723 square feet. And we have 2 two-bedrooms in red at 981 and 1,390. In the corner, we have an inaccessible intensive green roof, and that's at 317 square feet, which is the inner part of the rear yard setback. Typical floors to the left-hand side, we have 5 units per floor. We have 4 one-bedrooms and 1 two-bedroom, and the one-bedrooms range from 687 to 758, and the 2 bedrooms at 981. Top floor, which is the 8th floor, we are proposing 2 units, 1 bedroom at 966 and a 2 bedroom at 1,666 square feet. All in total, 31 units. As you can see here at the rooftop, we have a good amount of outdoor space. On the high roof, we have an intensive green roof system at 220 square feet, and then the upper bulkheads have an additional 688 square feet of intensive green roof. All included or all combined, Again, we have 1,225 square feet of total intensive green roofing system. That's the equivalent of 24.5% of the site area. So a great amount of site area there. The deck itself at the roof is at 1,652, and we do have a mechanical area adjacent to that tall wall in the previous photograph. All will be screened from view from both street sides. Going back to the building facade, again, we are proposing an 8-story building. It is a combination of both, obviously, a terracotta brick masonry, and then you have a gray or a charcoal blue gray aluminum composite material. Two materials at the street facades with a standard window pattern. Two-dimensional graphics here highlighted in yellow. That is the floodplain. We need to elevate the first residential floor at the minimum of 5'7". In this case, the first floor starts at elevation 12, which is of the average grade. And then the typical floors are at 10-foot floor to floor. The rooftop amenity is at 12 feet. And we are asking for one deviation because of the elevator bulkhead. Because of the height of the building, it's required to be 15 feet. Standard floors are 10-foot 4. And again, both street facades are ACM material and brick masonry material. Centralized courtyard is an ACM material, again, standard window pattern, and an ACM pattern at both walls adjacent to both the northern property and the property to the east. From a sun perspective, our building happens to be at the western or the southwestern corner of this particular block. Sun will, obviously rise in the east, and it will circle south to the west. We are fortunate enough to be in a position where really only later in the day will we have impact, kind of directing itself into the quote-unquote hole in the donut of the block. Otherwise, we should not have much impact on anything. But again, there's already development in place directly adjacent to us to the north, so the impact of this building is a lot smaller than what's already constructed behind us. So this concludes my presentation for this evening.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions, anyone?
Sure. The rendering?
Yeah, on that one. No, back with where you just had it.
Yes.
The building next door is a 4-story building.
The building next door is a 4-story building, yes, correct.
Then the one north to that is the one building that you showed with the stucco.
Is the very large 9-story building.
Okay, so the property line, those two buildings, are there going to be a space between them?
We typically would leave a 2-inch seismic gap in between both our building and the adjacent building to the east, and also to the very large building to the north.
2 inch?
2 inches, just because the building has a tendency to move. So we don't typically, go at 0 line. It's usually at 2 inches.
That space in between stays open to the elements?
Yeah, well, it's obviously it's covered at the top, and it's also covered vertically, with gasketing and silicone. However, we do leave room for expansion.
For movement,
Yeah.
expansion, but it's sealed not to be
Correct.
to the elements.
Yes.
And doing that to the same as the 4-story building?
Yes.
Same thing? Very good.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Eddie. Anybody else?
No.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vandermark.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, my next witness is Mr. Bellamy to address the requested deviations.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
Samuel Bellamy, last name Bellamy.
Mr. Bellamy, good evening. Your planning license is current?
Yes,
In
current and in good standing.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Great. So getting right into the variance, the deviation relief, and I think Mr. Vandermark did a good job of overviewing everything. So we are located in Zone 2, the mid-rise transition zone of the Enos Jones redevelopment plan. We do have several deviations. I'm going to start off with the building height. We're at 8 stories, where 7 stories is permitted. We are compliant with the 78 feet above the design flood elevation. The ground elevation of the property is 5 feet 7 inches. The DFE is at 12 feet. So we're utilizing an additional floor to provide for parking, the lobby areas, and an active ground floor, whereas otherwise you would have a void floor, or you're very limited with the floodplain rules. So we're trying to activate that floor a little bit and provide some usable space, but we are overall compliant with the maximum building height. The step back above the 6th floor, I think, directly ties into that height deviation. So it's a requirement of 8 feet step back from the street frontages above the 6th floor. We're providing the step back above the 7th floor, so essentially above that residential floor where it's contemplated is where we're proposing it. And we're actually exceeding it. We have 9 feet 11 inches from the Division Street frontage, and then the compliant 8 feet from the 7th Street frontage. So I think we're consistent with the intent of the redevelopment plan step back requirement there. With respect to lot coverage, we're proposing 100% on the ground floor. That's where a maximum 80% is permitted. The redevelopment plan does contemplate and allow for 100% ground floor coverage where parking is required. The nuance there is parking technically is not required on this lot because it's less than 75 feet in width. Our narrower frontage is at 50 feet, so parking is not required. We are proposing it, and as such, we do have a lot coverage deviation. I think we are mitigating that with the extensive green roofing and bioswale along the street tree pits in the front there. Mr. Newell's referenced the street trees will remain as they are currently. Those street trees don't comply with the current forestry standard, so we are requesting relief from that standard. I think maintaining the existing more mature trees is a positive here, and now would outweigh any detriments. Concluding with the elevator deviation, so Mr. Vandermark mentioned the bulkhead height of 15 feet for the elevator bulkhead. That's where a maximum of 12 feet is permitted. The enclosed amenity space and the stair bulkhead itself does comply with that requirement. It's just the elevator bulkhead overrun needs the additional feet, so that's where the deviation comes in there. We also have a step back deviation for that elevator bulkhead. It's a corner lot, so we have 2 frontages to keep in mind here. We're proposing 9 feet 11 inches from the Division Street frontage, and that's where 16 feet 3 inches is required. We do exceed the setback requirement for the bulkheads and amenity space from the 7th Street frontage. All the deviations I think can be granted where the benefits would outweigh the detriments, and as well as the goals and objectives of the redevelopment plan would be advanced. I think this project also complies and promotes the purposes of the municipal land use law, primarily Purpose A, where it's appropriate use and development of the property, Purpose C, where adequate light, air, and open space are provided, and Purpose I think this is an appropriate scaled and proposed infill development that will complete the street corner within the Enos Jones plan. With respect to the negative criteria, I don't see any substantial detriment to the public good or general welfare. Again, I think all the deviations are appropriate here, and we did provide for a greater rear yard corner above the ground floor to kind of offset the ground floor deviation, and all the other step backs I think are respective of the intent of the redevelopment plan. Likewise, I don't see a substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of the zone plan or zoning ordinance. I think with that, this project meets both the positive and negative criteria, and I'd be happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bellamy. I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council, that's your presentation?
Yeah, that completes our presentation.
Okay, is there any, I thought I heard a question coming out. Is anybody here from public that wants to comment on this application? Please, come on up. Come on up to the mic. We have to swear you in.
Yes.
Spell your name and give us your home address, please.
Oh, Sheena, Sheena. Do you need my last name? Pradhan, and address is 60 Chestnut Avenue.
Good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Okay. I actually just have 2 questions. I heard that they are not required to have parking, but subjectively, do you guys think 5 parking spaces, this is for the planning board, I guess, is enough for 31 units for that neighborhood? And I'm just curious, is this a rental building, or will people be allowed to buy in this building?
Council, do we know if it's a rental or a condo?
I don't know if we have made that decision yet.
It's undecided.
Yeah, we're still, my client is still making that decision.
Okay.
And with regard to the parking, it's not required as testified to. Where for lots that are 50, less than 75 feet in width, it's not required, but we are providing, the 5. So there's no deviation or variance being requested as part of that.
And to answer the question to the board, that's what we have to consider. It's not a personal opinion whether we think that's enough parking or not. It's what the law is, and we have to base it off of what the zoning laws are for the area.
Gotcha, and who makes those laws?
The city does, city council.
So like the council people make those laws? Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. Anybody else from public?
Chair, see no one from public. I would like to close the public portion.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Jen Rue, this is yours.
Yes.
Anything?
Staff issued a staff report dated August 25th, 2025. And then there are some conditions in the staff report. I just want to ask the applicants to agree to those conditions.
Yes, those would be acceptable.
Staff believe the project does not have any substantial detriment to the community, and it does align with the redevelopment plan goal. So staff recommend approval.
Okay, thank you.
Chair would like to make a motion to approve case B2024-0082 as presented to the board, together with staff recommendation and conditions.
Second.
All right, we have a motion made and seconded for approval.
Acting Vice Chair Gingadin.
Yeah, I think the variance is requested here is not a detriment to the public, so my vote would be aye.
Commissioner Wick.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
So, I like the building, and I'm glad to see the changes in the neighborhood. We had a conversation with Tanya once. Enos Jones redevelopment, the park used to be called the Oaks, for the people that are lifelong residents of Jersey City. And before it became a park, it was a dump. That's where we played in, the dumps. To walk that neighborhood and see it change that way, and go watch the kids play at the park, take my nephew to the games. It's really, it's a nice thing. I mean, sometimes we get mixed up with development, but remember, we used to play at the dumps. Now we play at Enos Jones Park, or I prefer to call the Oaks. I like the changes in that neighborhood. I want to vote aye.
Commissioner Lewis. Commissioner Patel. Aye. And Chairman Linston.
Yeah, I do think the variances requested are, I don't think there's any detriment to the redevelopment plan, and yeah, I agree with Commissioner Torres. It's a good project. My vote is aye.
Motion carries 1 in favor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Chairman, if you don't mind, I think it might be worth going through the carried items again, just so people from the public that are hanging around. So before we open our next case, I'm going to say the items that have been carried that will not be heard tonight again, in case people from the public were not here at the beginning of the meeting. So starting with item 17 on the agenda, case P 2024-0219. Address is 115 Giles Avenue. That is carried to December 9th with preservation of notice. Item 19 on the, actually, I guess this is a good time for me to make that announcement, but I received correspondence from attorney Stephen Joseph, and he's requested to carry all of his cases tonight, starting with item 9 on the agenda, case P 2024-0099. That's address 565 Communipaw. That's for a preliminary final major site plan with variances and a conditional use. They've requested to carry with preservation of notice to December 9th. And then item 23 on the agenda through 25 are all Stephen Joseph's cases. It's the same project, but 23, case P 2024-0111, that's a minor subdivision with C variances for address 86 to 92 Ocean Avenue. They've requested to carry with preservation of notice to December 9th. Item 24 on the agenda, case P 2024-0112. That's a minor site plan at 90 Ocean Avenue. They've requested to carry with preservation of notice to December 9th. Item 25 on the agenda, case P 2024-0113. Address is 86 Ocean Avenue. For a minor site plan, they've requested to carry with preservation of notice to December 9th. Item 26 on the agenda, case P 2024-0206. Address is 373 Communipaw Avenue. They've requested to carry with preservation of notice to December 9th. Item 28 on the agenda, case P 2025-0091. This is address 69 Lake Street. This is for a minor site plan, and they have requested to carry with preservation of notice to December 9th. And then we have item 29 on the very last page, case P 2025-0130. Address is 626 Communipaw. They've requested to carry with preservation of notice to December 9th. Thank you, Chair, for letting me do that. That concludes the most up-to-date list of carries.
Thanks, Kim. Can you, I apologize, I was getting Santo in the other room. Can you just go through the numbers? You don't have to read the case numbers off, just
Yes,
the item
so-
numbers.
Starting with item 17.
Okay, 17, 19 I have.
Yep, 17, 19,
23.
26, 28. Oh, I'm sorry.
425.
Yes, 23, 24, 25, 26, 28, and 29.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so let's go back to item 14 is case P2023-0013 is a preliminary and final major subdivision for 445 Route 440, Route 44, and Kellogg Street.
Good evening,
Council.
Commissioners. The next two cases are related. I don't know if you want to read them both into the record and hear them at the same time and vote on them separately afterwards, or you want me to do the subdivision and then move on to the site plan?
Item 16 is also involved. The next two items?
Yeah, items 14 and 15 on my agenda.
Okay, so
Yes.
just 14 and 15. Okay, so we're also going to call case P2023-0014 as a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. Do we have an address besides Kellogg Street?
We do not.
Okay.
They are alternatively for the subdivision, 445 Route 440, Route 440, and Kellogg Street.
Okay.
Those are the existing tax map designations.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Both of these matters are notice cases. I have noticed separately for both of them, and I will provide my affidavits. They've both been posted on the Tyler portal.
Chairman, I see the affidavit publication proof of mailing with respect to case P2023-0013. This is the subdivision. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark that as A1 on case 14, and then I'm in receipt of the proof of mailing affidavit of publication with respect to case P2023-0014. This is with respect to the preliminary and final major site plan application, and we'll mark that as A1 with respect to case 15.
Thank you, Counsel.
Thank you. Very excited to be here this evening. This is essentially phase 2 of the Bayfront development. I was lucky enough to present phase 1 to this board a couple of years ago. That project is moving along, and the developer, Penrose, is working with the JCRA and the city to get that development started. In the meantime, here we have the second phase of the project that is going to be developed by BRP Properties. The prior application for Phase 1 required a subdivision to create the development blocks that are contemplated in the Bayfront redevelopment plan. With that subdivision, we took the existing lots 4, 5, and 6. We broke out 3 parcels as well as the road system that is to be created around those parcels, which shrunk those lots down to lots 4.01, 5.01, and 6.01. Tonight, we're asking the board to subdivide those parcels one more time to create 4 new development parcels that are contemplated under the redevelopment plan. And particularly at issue tonight is Block 31, as it's identified in the redevelopment plan, which will be the second development which will start. The prior approved block was 32. This is the neighboring property at 31. So the result is there will be 4 new development blocks, 1 parcel that will be utilized as part of the park system that is to run through the middle of Bayfront. That's what the former Lot 5.01 will be. There will be parks throughout the Bayfront redevelopment plan area. And then we're obviously breaking up those created 4.01, 5.01, and 6.01. The result is essentially there's going to be 10 new lots here, and we're shrinking 3 existing ones. So just to break that down, 4 development parcels, 1 park parcel. Each one of those parcels is also going to have a road area around it that will be an individual block. And then we've got 4.01, 5.01, and 6.01 that are going to shrink. Those are all in line with the sizes of the sites, of the acreage, and the orientation that's prescribed in the redevelopment plan. So we're not asking for any deviations or waivers to go along with that. It is essentially an as-of-right application. That said, I am going to have Afton Savitz, who is our engineer. She's just going to get up, run you through the subdivision plan as proposed, and then we'll get into the site plan portion of the application.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I do, yes. Sure. Afton Savitz, A-F-T-O-N, last name S-A-V as in violin, I-T-Z.
Ms. Savitz, I think we've qualified you once, correct?
Yes, I was before this board this summer.
Okay. Is your license in good standing tonight?
It is, yes.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified then.
Ms. Savitz, you are not a licensed surveyor and you didn't prepare this exhibit. However, you are a licensed engineer and you can testify to the road system that we're creating and the compliance with the redevelopment plan, correct?
Yes, exactly. And the subdivision was prepared by our office. So what you're seeing on the screen here is the subdivision plan as submitted to the board. What you're seeing, and it'll go hand in hand with the introduction of the site plan application, is this is off of Kellogg Street to the bottom of the page where I'm circling with the cursor, where we're sitting here this evening. This is in that southwest direction right off of the Hackensack River. And as I zoom in here, what you'll see is that, as council mentioned, parcel 32, previously approved by the board, is being circled immediately to the east of the development application before you this evening. And then there are subject parcels being subdivided. I'll count them from the north. There's 1. That will be a development parcel. Immediately to the south is an open space for future park. Beyond that is the second development parcel. To the west is a 3rd and a 4th. And then, as mentioned, in coordinating with the tax assessor, they have asked that the roadway that fronts each development parcel be attributed to its own lot. So that is how you're getting the total of the 10.
And the purpose of that is eventually those roads will be dedicated to the city in fee, just as their tax and blocks that we're creating today, correct?
Correct. Not to mention the fact that the redevelopment plan, the master plan for this area, outline right-of-way widths, outline minimum parcel sizes, all of which this complies with.
Council, is there, On the portal, it looked like there were 2 subdivision plats. Last one, I think, was with a revision date of June 2nd, number 8.
I think that is the one that is being displayed right here.
I thought it had a June 12th date on it. This
this
revision
one-
9, I think, was the one I was just,
So this one is June 2nd, 2025. As I zoom in here, what you'll notice in terms of discrepancy between the testimony put on and the prior document is just that those roadways have not been separated out. This is prior to any conversations with the tax assessor.
so what's revision 9?
Revision 9 is dated June 12th, and it's showing these series of horizontal lines that divide the roadways. All the development parcels remain the same.
So this is the last version that was submitted, and this is what we're asking the board to consider this evening.
Correct, and I do believe this is referenced in the latest. I'll have planning confirm, but there is a staff report dated October 1st that does allude to the 10 parcels being created.
Council, out of an abundance of caution, let's mark it as A2.
Understood.
Sure. So that'll be A2
On
for the
case
record.
14.
Yes.
6/12/25 revision date.
Correct. Preliminary and final major subdivision plan as prepared by Stonefield.
Thank you.
I have no further questions. Again, it's up to the board whether they want to vote on this now, so we can proceed to the site plan, or if I should just keep going.
I think maybe we vote on it now, if that's okay. Yeah, let's separate everything. So any questions from the board?
No.
Okay, is there anybody here from the public that wants to comment on the subdivision that was just testified to? Anybody from
See
public?
no one from the public. I would like to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded, public is closed. Matt, do you have any problems with the subdivision?
No problems with the subdivision. Staff prepared a memo dated October 1st, 2025. We do have just 3 standard conditions we ask the applicant to comply with should the board make a motion to approve.
We are in receipt of that memo, and we agree to the conditions therein.
Okay, excellent, thank you, counsel.
Staff recommends approval.
All right, I'll entertain a
Chair would
motion.
like to make a motion to approve case B 2023-0013 as presented to the board with staff recommendations and conditions.
Second.
All right, motion made and seconded for approval.
Acting Chair Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Lewis, Commissioner Patel, and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor on motion approved with conditions.
Okay, thank you. So let's continue on with item 15, case P2023-0014.
Thank you. Now that we've created Lot 31, let me explain what we're proposing to develop on the site. This is a little bit taller than the building that was approved for Lot 32. This is a 13-story building. There is a total of 380 dwelling units and 235 parking spaces, as well as almost 7,000 square feet of retail. Obviously, the biggest selling point and an item that I know that the city takes great pride in is that this project is going to have a considerable amount of affordable units within. And that includes a 20% affordable breakdown, which is 76 units. Those units will be subject to UHAC. That means that there will be a mixture of very low, and moderate income units broken down over studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. And on top of that, there's also a 15% workforce included within the project as well. I am going to stick with Afton here and have her just run through the civil site plan testimony, and then we'll bring up our architect who will show you the pretty pictures of what we're proposing.
All right, thank you.
So I will toggle to, this is previously submitted to the board as part of the site plan set. It is the cover sheet, or C-1, the first page in the set of 12 documents. And I'll go ahead and zoom in to what's noted as the aerial map. So as I zoom in here, this is showing the existing conditions underlain by that of parcel 31. Again, the one square that's the subject application, independent of the subdivision that a proposed lot or a proposed building is being developed or on. What you'll notice is where you see Bayfront Avenue to the right-hand side or the west, Society Hill Drive to the east, along the north, Philbrook Avenue, to the south, Kellogg Street that exists today. That's that grid system that the subdivision is comprised of, that the appendices of the redevelopment plan outline the design parameters for, and that are kind of setting the grid of this future development as envisioned by the city. As mentioned, the block as it exists today is a portion of Lot 6. The address, while noted on all the plans as 80 Kellogg Street, will be subject to finalization with the tax assessor. And the lot area is 62,123 square feet, or 1.43 acres. We are in the Bayfront Redevelopment Plan, or Zone 1, mixed-use district immediately to the south. As it splits in the east and west, there is that of Redevelopment Plan Area 24, Joyers Point, where Society Hill is to the south. Beyond Kellogg Street, of course, is the retail development comprised of Acme, among others. To the east, currently undeveloped, this whole area is infill with the envisionment of it being developed in the future. And then to the west is the Hackensack River. We've kind of jumped across the city for this application in comparison to the former application, but that does have a flood hazard area associated with it as well, which is part of this application. It's worth noting the existing conditions here, and as this entire area gets designed and built, the topography of it, the further away from the river you get, the more that it climbs. So in the northern direction, as you envision Philbrook Avenue, that is significantly higher than Kellogg Street, and then it'll continue to follow that pattern. In addition, lot geometry. The lot geometry is relatively square. It is worth noting as we get to frontages, setbacks, the northern property line and the southern property line are ever so slightly off, so it is not a perfect square. I mentioned the roadway names. I do know in our coordination with the city, as you reference redevelopment plan appendices, the nomenclature or those designations did change, but as you see them on the screen, those are those as proposed, as contemplated. So I will switch the screen. I'm going to show a colorized site plan. We'll mark this as A3 as it hasn't been previously submitted to the board.
A2.
Let's mark it as A2 for case 15.
Okay. Understood. A2, it's site plan rendering exhibit, sheet 1 of 1. It's prepared by our office and it's dated October 20th, 2025. So again, what you're seeing here, and the council mentioned, you'll see the renderings of the building and the pretty pictures as we transition to the architectural testimony. But what we've done here is we've taken the site plan set and we've really laid it on top of one another as you think about each page. Understanding where is the building coverage, where are their foundation plantings, where will the roadways go. And what's important to note on this one is that there has been design as provided by JCRA for the roadway network, for the infrastructure, which has actually been permitted with the state as well. So when we think about the coloring that you're showing on the roadway, when we think about the streetscape, the street trees, all of that will continue to be closely coordinated with JCRA and the city to ensure that all of the ordinance requirements, not to mention redevelopment plan, is satisfied. The proposed structure, as mentioned, this will be a mixed-use building comprised of 380 units with an affordable component, not to mention retail. In looking at the building footprint, again, this is that predominantly light yellowish tan color that I'm circling with my cursor within the square. The retail is located along the left-hand side or the western side of Bayfront Avenue. The main entrance to the property is the upper right-hand corner, or to the lobby specifically, the northwest on Philbrook and Society Drive. And as mentioned, the topography. When we are up on Philbrook or Society Drive at this corner, we're approximately 7 or so feet above that of Kellogg. So it has been strategically planned in terms of the residential component to raise that outside of the flood hazard area. the retail on the side. Again, all of those grades are climbing as you go up and down those vertical side streets. The building height, you'll hear more from the architect as it relates to the building design, but the proposed building height is 13 stories. In terms of the proposed setbacks, again, you can kind of notice on the bottom of the screen, the property line is, I'll follow it in a counterclockwise direction. It's a double dash dark black line, and this is the boundary as noted and created by the subdivision, but it is not a perfect square. So you'll see the building footprint in somewhat of that yellow color, and then you'll see a series of foundation plantings as it relates to setting the building back. The redevelopment plan cites a minimum of 5 feet for that building setback, and there is one location where the proposed development is seeking a deviation for the setback specifically. That is by the lobby entrance. I'll circle with my cursor. You'll hear more from the architect as it relates to this facade element, what the design of it is. But where there's a 5-foot setback requirement, again, localized to this area that I'm circling where there's a stair and a ramp entrance, we're seeking a 2.7-foot setback from the property line. Again, you'll hear more on the architectural side of it, but from a civil engineering standpoint, when we think about this plan, when we think about Jersey City's design for this entire area, it's really with a focus on pedestrian walkability, bicycle, all over just access to these developments. And the sidewalk width in that location is on the order of 12 feet. So when we think about the height of the ceiling, when we think about an average sidewalk width, there is an adequate sidewalk beyond the property line, completely independent of the two feet that's here. And that's consistent around this entire project. It grows in some areas, again, where you have a slightly skewed property line from the building. But the streetscape improvements here will be ADA compliant. They'll be in accordance with the city requirements, the JCRA requirements, to ensure that this neighborhood become very blended as it relates to what the city envisions. In terms of parking, there's 235 parking spaces interior to the building. There is interior parking. There's a driveway as proposed off of Society Hill Drive, or the right-hand side of the page. In this area, again, as contemplated from a zoning perspective, there's actually a maximum parking requirement, but there is no minimum requirement. There's an EV as applicable based on our supply, which we will be satisfying. We're not taking credit for that just because of the zoning applicability and it being compliant, but it would come down to actually exceeding the maximum with that credit. Bicycle parking, it is interior to the building, compliant. You'll hear from the architect on that. Additional notable site improvements, again, you see all of these finished materials based on the Phase 1A plans from JCRA in conjunction with CME Associates as part of that design. We do know in receiving the Department of Transportation letter, there's comments about coordinating the loading zones or some of the more specific right-of-way elements. We certainly have no objection to those comments. We'll be working with the city and inevitably working with JCRA to finesse some of these elements. From a stormwater standpoint, all of this area as it exists is undeveloped. What JCRA has done to date is they've designed infrastructure for the management of these roadways that are motor vehicle surface, where water quality is required, and then these out parcels. So as developed and as permitted with the state to date, these sites are treated as what I would call a pad site. So they've zoned them, they've designed, or not zoned them, they've designed all the infrastructure for these to be covered in gravel because they had to size the pipes, they had to permit the outfalls with the state. So from a stormwater standpoint, we are reducing the impervious coverage relative to that interim or existing conditions set by JCRA. And then in doing so, we're meeting the city ordinance as it relates to performative roof treatments, green roof, foundation plantings, the green area ratio as part of that. In terms of lighting, there is, as modeled, as submitted to the board, wall-mounted and canopy fixtures, all LED fixtures. They'll be dark sky compliant. We do note there are a couple waivers, as indicated on the plans, related to lighting. One is the maximum illumination at the property line, just based on the nature of this project. There being it's not a lot line building, but it's close. So there are protrusions that do exceed that of the maximum illumination. Again, given the right-of-way that surrounds this on every frontage, every corner, that's from our perspective, from a civil engineering perspective, it won't have an adverse impact, and it's not uncommon given these designs. On the flip side, there is a max or a minimum sidewalk illumination requirement. We do note, as modeled, the only thing that's been modeled are those of the building affixed fixtures. JCRA has preliminary plans as it relates to streetlights, which have not been modeled to date. Obviously, working with them, the location where we do not meet that minimum sidewalk illumination is where the cursor is right now. It's in the sidewalk at that intersection of Philbrook and Society Hill. That being said, from a civil engineering standpoint, knowing that the streetscape lighting has not been finalized nor modeled yet, we have no problem complying with the requirement. This is the main entrance to the building. It is in the applicant's best interest to ensure that it has adequate lighting. Landscaping, I touched on it a little bit. As you see around the perimeter of the building, there are foundation plantings that are along a majority of the perimeter. You'll hear more from the architect as it relates to other green infrastructure elements for the building. And then street trees, will be coordinating closely with JCRA and the city to ensure that the street trees comply with the city ordinance and are proposed. Utilities, similarly, again, JCRA has done a lot of the legwork here in coordinating where the utilities will go, and then stub locations or locations that are held for the purpose of future development once those get installed. So all of our sewer connection locations, our stormwater connection locations, all of those are previously contemplated. Same thing with water as part of this application. This does, there's not a lot of site work here, but this does conclude my direct testimony. I know you hear more from another witness or the architect, but I'm happy to answer any questions as it relates to the civil side.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Savitz. I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We did bring up the JCRA a few times, so I should just mention on the record that the developer here has been designated as the redeveloper for the site and has entered into an RDA with the JCRA. With that said, I'm going to bring up Stuart Johnson, who is our architect, who will walk you through his site plans and also provide some renderings of the building.
Okay, thank you, counsel. And, okay, I just wanted to check on Commissioner Torres there. Eddie, you all right? Can't afford to lose you on this one. Can't afford to lose you.
That's how good that game is.
Yes, I do. Sure. Stuart Johnson, S-T-U-A-R-T, last name Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, good evening. Your license is current tonight?
It is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you.
Before you start, you have a number of renderings here that were not provided as part of our package, so I would just like
Yes.
to, how many sheets do you have?
So I have a multi-page PDF. It's 27 pages, so we could mark this as Exhibit A3, which I think is next in sequence. The 27 pages represent the same package that we submitted, the architectural building plans, the building elevations, the building sections, typical unit plans. We simply have colorized the building plans for ease of reading, the uses, unit plans, corridors, mechanical spaces, et cetera. We've also introduced 5 new illustrative perspective renderings that describe the proposed project.
And they're all in the 21 slides?
They're all in the 27 slides, yes.
27.
And we could submit that PDF.
So we'll mark it as A3 for purpose of the record. 27 slide. And thank you.
So great. So good evening. It's exciting to be here. I have more than just pretty pictures to share. A lot of thought was given to this site, and we're pleased to share our vision for redevelopment of the site. Certainly the city's planning staff and outside professionals, as they looked at this new neighborhood and engaged a master plan for the Bayfront neighborhood. Some of the goals and objectives, just to highlight at a high level, was to create new and diverse housing typologies, create new open space and access to waterfront within the city, to create new inviting public environment spaces right at the streetscape and at the human level, and strengthen both new neighborhoods as well as existing neighborhoods. And we think our proposed application here for Lot 6, Parcel 31 does just that. So the application is for a new 13-story mixed-use building. As previously noted, the building is comprised of 380 total apartment units. These are rental apartment units. The units themselves are comprised of 247 market rate units. We have 57 workforce housing units, which is 15% of the overall density, and 76 affordable housing units compliant with UHAC standards, as well as the income thresholds. So that's 20% of the overall density. We have approximately 6,860 square feet of ground floor commercial retail that fronts on Bayfront Avenue, which is recommended in the redevelopment plan, which helps to activate the human realm and the streetscape of the building. And we also are providing 235 structured parking spaces internal to the building, which is screened with active uses, whether those are residential apartment units, ground floor retail, or new storefront windows internal to the building. So there's 4 levels of structured parking, and again, walking and driving around the building, we really don't see that. So the building screens that. We also have 201 secure bicycle parking spaces and 2 different bicycle rooms on the ground floor that are conveniently adjacent to the residential lobby and the garage for residents to gain access to that. The first image on screen here is an illustrative perspective view. This is a view looking southwest from Society Hill Drive and Philbrook Avenue. Philbrook Avenue fronts on a new central green space or spine that runs through this neighborhood. So we're illustratively depicting that park area that's not part of this application, but it is part of the overall master plan and green space. We can see our primary residential lobby, which fronts on Philbrook Avenue. As previously noted, the application largely conforms with the bulk zoning standards, building coverage. In terms of the mass and density of the building, we comply. The volume of the building, the orientation of the various forms of the building comply with the design standards, the recommendations of the redevelopment plan. For instance, the tallest portion of the building is recommended to be at the intersection of Philbrook and Bayfront Avenue, where we have a corner architectural treatment. The vertical mass of the building is recommended to be oriented towards the park space, and there are various step backs that are required either above the 5th floor of the building or elsewhere. And again, we comply with those step backs at Bayfront Avenue, on Society Hill Drive, Kellogg Street, and Philbrook Avenue. There is a 5-foot setback that is required on all frontages. As previously testified by the applicant's engineer, we comply with that setback on 3 of the frontages except for Philbrook Avenue. And it's only at one point, and it's in the center of the building where we can see the first 4 floors where we have the residential lobby. The massing of the building protrudes out there. As noted, we have a minimum clear width of sidewalk, which is 12 feet all the way around the building. If we didn't have this architectural massing and element, we wouldn't have an increased sidewalk width. There are planters up against the building that provide green space that soften where the hardscape meets the building. So there's really no negative impact to the public good or the public realm. And what this does is it helps to create a sense of place and arrival to the building. It also creates a covered entrance to the building. It's an architectural feature element that helps to break down the scale of the building and relate to the park space. We have a contemporary weathered steel cladding that we're proposing for that 2-story element. Again, we think it's an architecturally appropriate treatment, and the 2.7 setback that we have there, given the fact that the right-of-way is set in from the curb, there's really no negative impact, and there are better benefits overall. So with that being said, I want to walk you quickly through the building plans. So advancing the slide, then we'll move to the second sheet, and this is the ground floor plan of the building. So again, these are the same building plans that we submitted. They're simply colorized for ease of reading. The primary residential lobby is colored in yellow here. It's located at the intersection of Philbrook and Society Hill Drive. Off the lobby space, we have leasing and management, package and mail, as well as a fitness center for residents of the building. The primary elevator cores and stairs are located there. As we move clockwise around the building, we have internal refuse, trash, and recycling that's stored internal to the building. We have off-street loading that's located here off of Society Hill Drive, as well as the vehicular ingress and egress access to the internal structured parking garage that's internal to the building and again wrapped with active uses. Internal to the building here, we also have our bicycle storage rooms. And then moving down to Kellogg Street, which is a different street typology, and as identified in the redevelopment plan, we have residential apartment units on our first floor, which are elevated from the streetscape, and planters outside those units, again, to soften up where we have exposed foundation wall of the building. It's important to note, the engineer had noted, we have a significant grade fall from Philbrook Avenue to Kellogg Street. It's almost a story's sort of height difference, as well as grade fall from plan right to plan left, plan right to plan left here on the screen. As we move then clockwise around to Bayfront Avenue, pochade or colored in blue is where we have our commercial ground floor retail. New storefront windows that activate that street frontage there in the streetscape. We can see the 12-foot clear sidewalk that wraps continuously around the building, especially on those three frontages. And then a secondary residential access points to the building here on Philbrook Avenue. As we move then vertically in the building to the upper floors, we move to the typical second through fourth floor. We can again see how the residential apartment units are wrapping that parking garage and screening it with active uses. We next move to the fifth floor plan, where we have a landscape courtyard with a new active pool and a barbecue dining area for residents of this community. And then above the fifth floor, there are recommended step backs that we conform with. So the building begins to step back then above the fifth floor. We can see that here on Philbrook, as well as Kellogg and Society. And then we move to the seventh floor of the building. And at the seventh floor of the building, then the building steps away. So the vertical mass, again, is oriented with frontage on Philbrook Avenue. This courtyard here is 1 story lower than the 7th floor roof. So with southern exposure, that allows for a nice light and air into that courtyard space. We do also comply with the required green roof and solar roof area. So 20% of the overall roof area of the building is required to be either green roof area or solar ready area. And we comply with the minimum area required of green roof and the max permitted for solar ready area on the rooftops of the building. Moving vertically in the building then to sheet A6, this is the typical 8th through 13th floor of the building. This is the tower massing of the building. And then lastly, we move to the upper rooftop of the building, where we do have a small indoor covered rooftop amenity space, approximately 3,000 square feet. This is well less than 20% that's permitted and complies with the LDO in regards to rooftop uses. So next, I'll walk you through the 5 illustrative perspective renderings, just talk a little bit about the exterior building materials. So we're looking here at sheet A21. This was the view that we introduced previously. Again, we can see that the vertical massing is oriented towards the park, large punched windows for light and air to the residential apartment units. We have 3 different composite metal panels that we're using on the building. We have a lighter gray, medium gray, and a darker gray for accent. A masonry brick veneer that's being used on the base of the building to give a weighted base, to really define sort of a weighted base, middle and top to the building, as well as a vertical massing here at the corner. Advancing the slide to the next sheet, A22. This is zooming in on the primary residential lobbies. So this is a view looking south from Philbrook Avenue. Specifically, this is the entry element that we were making reference to before. So again, the setback from this entry element to the property line is approximately 2.7 feet. Again, it doesn't impact the 12-foot wide sidewalk clear width that we have. Because of the grading condition, we do have steps that occur on that building. And we have an accessible ramp, which is tucked behind these planters here. And again, we think that this provides an attractive sense of place and arrival to the building, a covered protection as well entering into the building. Advancing to the next slide, A23, this is a view looking south from Philbrook Avenue and Bayfront Avenue. Again, we can see the corner tower massing element here, the tallest point of the building, being at this intersection. We can see how the building and its mass relates to the park and the open space, that wider right-of-way across the new public park space. And the storefront windows, which begin here on the corner of Bayfront Avenue and march down to Kellogg Street, activating that streetscape. The next slide then is Exhibit A24, or Sheet A24 of Exhibit A3. This is a view looking north from Bayfront Avenue and Kellogg Street. So this shows the intersection here where the retail begins at the southern portion of the site. Again, opportunity for new restaurant use, cafe use, new commercial retail to activate the pedestrian realm at the street level. On Kellogg Street, we had seen before in plan, but we have residential apartment units on the ground floor. That first floor, again, is elevated from the streetscape. And we have an attractive landscape design here with raised planters to soften up where the building meets the hardscape. And then the last view that we have to share with you all, this is a view looking west from Kellogg Street and Society Hill Drive. Looking down Kellogg Street, we get glimpses towards the waterfront and the new waterfront access. Again, this nicely defines the massing of the building and how the vertical mass of the building, again, fronts on that new public park space. It shows how, again, the building creates a step back right above the 5th floor of the building, which helps to create sort of a weighted base or defines the base of the building. Again, we can see the masonry brick veneer, the composite metal panel detailing being proposed here. And again, an attractive massing and form for the building that conforms with the design standards of the redevelopment plan. So with that, I mean, there was a lot of information, but again, we're very excited, largely conforming with the redevelopment plan and its design standards, and we're excited to see this building move forward.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Counsel, do you have anything for your witness before a question?
Mr. Johnson?
Okay, one question I want to touch on. Let's talk parking garage ventilation.
Sure.
So the parking garage is completely wrapped with residential and is covered on top.
Yes.
All right, so how are we getting fresh air in and?
So the garage will be mechanically exhausted. It'll also have a dry sprinkler system throughout, right? In terms of fresh air, we will either pull fresh air from the garage door openings if we do an open louver grill, right?
Mm-hmm.
Quick action overhead roll up garage door as louver grills, or we'll have louver bands on that facade to pull fresh air in. In terms of exhaust, we would be exhausting vertically to the roof space. So we would design that into the landscape courtyard or the upper roof plan of the building. So we'll have rated shafts that go vertically in the building for exhaust of the garage. And for fresh air intake, again, either louver bands on the streetscape. We indicate some of that on the exterior facades, right? If you sort of zoom in on the Society Hill Drive side. Or again, we would pull from the garage door openings themselves through an open grill style garage door that would roll down for security, but offer quick action overhead roll up, for secure access to residents.
Okay, and you said there's a dry sprinkler system. Nothing's climate controlled inside there?
Nothing would be climate controlled. I mean, there are electric kick heaters in the ceiling of the garage to insulate residential apartment units adjacent. The apartment units themselves and corridors are insulated, which help to basically insulate the garage.
Mm-hmm.
But no, the building code requires a dry sprinkler system. There are wet standpipes in the egress stairs,
Mm-hmm.
Compliant with city ordinance as well as building code.
Sure.
But yes.
Okay. I believe that's it for me. Anybody else? Any questions?
The building's not fully engineered. This is a schematic site plan application. No, we haven't done that just right? So we know the building will be required to be mechanically exhausted. We know that the garage will be required to be mechanically exhausted, right? There are CO2 sensors in the garage, and the fans kick on if CO2 levels were to get to a certain level, right? Cars are not running all the time. The fans are not running continuously. If everyone happened to be leaving at 9 a.m. or 7 a.m. in the morning, right, at a certain time, levels get to a certain point, fans kick on. We would have rated shafts that run vertically to the roof of the building, which is where we would exhaust. So we know that. We haven't identified those rated shafts just yet. We have an idea where they would be located. And we have an idea of how we would pull the fresh air in for that system, which I just described.
So those final designs will be in the submission packet to the building department, correct?
They would be subject to building permit review. That's correct. I mean,
Okay.
it's required by city ordinance as well as the building code. So, the 2021 version of the New Jersey IBC that New Jersey has adopted and, Jersey City abides by. But yes, they'd be subject to building permit review.
Okay. Anybody else? Other questions?
There was the A2 drawing that you had, A02. It was also in the parking garage. I guess maybe it was the next one, A01.
Sheet A01's the ground floor plan of the building.
Okay, right there. So when the cars are coming in through Society Hill there,
Yes.
you have a 24-foot opening, right? They're coming in and out. What is that to the, I guess, would be the north part? Is that a loading dock area there where we, okay, I see the, you have the handicap, okay, that's the van handicap parking, okay, that's what that is.
Yeah, we have an accessible, we comply with Chapter 11 accessibility. At least 2% of all the parking that we're providing is required then to be accessible.
Do you have any loading dock area for?
Yes, yeah, so I noted we have off-street loading. So we have an off-street loading dock
Off-street.
that's 40 feet in depth. It also complies with the height requirements for small U-Haul size, move-in vehicle or trash truck to allow for that operation to occur off-street.
Okay, all right, that's what I was wondering when I saw the middle part, wondered if that was the loading area, and it's
Yeah,
with the entrance of the building.
We
but-
colored it in yellow just because it would be for residential use. It should probably be a darker gray color mechanical, which would have better.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, anybody else?
No.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thanks. I'll leave this up.
Yes. And just very briefly, I know both our architect and our engineer touched on what that deviation is, which is essentially a front yard setback. We do have our planner here. I'm not going to have her go over the conditions that relate to it, but just outline our justification under the C criteria.
Sure.
And this is Marcella Trena.
Swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, can you state your name?
Marcella Trena, first name Marcella, last name Traina.
Good evening. First time here?
No.
Really?
Yes.
Why am I drawing a blank on this? All right, I'm sorry. Your license is current tonight?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified. I apologize.
No worries. I think I was here for a West Side Avenue project maybe about 6 months ago. So
Okay.
It's been a little while. Yeah, I'll just take it off. So I'll be very brief because I believe you heard a lot of testimony already. The site is located in the Bayfront redevelopment plan area, specifically Zone 1 Mixed Use District. We are compliant with almost all of the requirements listed in the redevelopment plan, but we are seeking minor relief for the minimum frontage setback, where 5 feet is required and 2.7 feet is proposed. As you heard, this is a result of the proposed residential canopy, which covers less than a fifth of the front facade on Philbrook Avenue. This is a minimal encroachment that's only covering the area above the steps leading to the residential lobby. It's my opinion that this relief can be granted with no substantial detriment to the public good. This project promotes the objective of the redevelopment plan to encourage a mix of uses, including residential units that are affordable, as well as the master plan's vision of enhancing and beautifying the public realm, aligning with MLUL Purpose I. And again, it's my opinion that this relief can be granted under the C2 benefits versus detriments criteria of the statute, which means that the benefits of the overall project substantially outweigh any potential detriments.
Thank you. I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
All right, thank you very much. Council, that's your presentation?
That is my presentation. I will note that I received a staff report that is dated September 18th as it relates to the site plan application. I've reviewed the conditions therein with my client. They are all acceptable. Given the affordable housing nature in here, I anticipate that you, Chairman, will have one to add to it.
I will.
Okay. And with that, that is the conclusion of our presentation.
Okay, so the one I will add, obviously, all affordable units will have the same materials, same fit and finish as the rest of the market rate units. It's really a curveball tonight, though. All the amenities, they'll have access to all the building amenities that the market rate units do.
Yes, we can agree to both of those as conditions of approval.
Okay, great, thank you. So at this time, let's open it up for public comment. Is anybody here from the public that wants to comment on this application? Anybody from public?
Chair, see no one from the public. I would like to close the public portion.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, do you have anything?
The staff's memo was already referenced and the conditions agreed to, as well as an added condition on the record. This project, talked about it numerous times, the phase 2 to the Bayfront redevelopment area. This is a fantastic thing to see. It is providing the anticipated affordable housing and some, since it's utilizing the affordable housing overlay as well. The setback variance that they are requesting relief from, staff agrees with the professional planner's testimony put on the record. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P2023-0014 as presented to the board with staff recommendations and conditions.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Acting Chair Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Lewis, Commissioner Battelle, and Chairman Langston.
So I'm going to take a second here to talk about this. I've been on this board since August of 2013. And, you know, obviously I'm getting there. I think my time is limited here as chair at this point. It's true. But
It's not true. No, it's not true.
This is the absolute high point of my time here. Everybody that's been involved as long as we have at this point, this is it. This has been in planning for so long, and it's just a purpose-built, you know, enclave of affordable housing. The sidewalks are great, the bike lanes are great, the parks are well imagined. This is an amazing project. I wish this room was filled to the max right now to see this. This is a big eye for me, and I love this project. So, yeah, it's an eye. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. It's a compliment to our team in the city and just the teamwork we've put together to make this a reality.
Absolutely.
So we thank you.
Absolutely.
Motion carries, all in favor.
All right, thank you. Do we want to get a break in before we call the next application, or? Yeah, we know better than that. Mr. Harrington, this is yours, the next one. Should we take a break now or wait until after?
It's up to you. We don't expect to be long, but it's not going to be 5 minutes either, so.
Okay, yeah, let's get a break in now, and we'll call that next.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Do you need to set up? Yeah, you can do it now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering what.
Yeah, I only do that in the summer.
All right, if we could come to order again, let's call item 16 as case P2025-0203, preliminary and final major site plan amendment for 49 to 51 Morton Place. Good evening, council.
Okay, good evening. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley. For the record, on behalf of the applicant, this is a notice case, so I have given them to council to review for the record.
Chairman, I am received the affidavit of publication, proof of mailing with respect to the application that was just called Morton Place Plaza LLC. I've had the opportunity to review it. It does appear to be in order. I'm going to mark it as A1 for purpose of the record.
Thank you, council.
Okay, thank you. So we were before this board in early August, I believe it was August 12th, for this project, and there was an issue raised with regard to the turnaround capability on Morton Place. And at that point, we agreed to make some changes for an emergency exit only out in the Morton Place. After leaving that night, we took another look at it and really wanted to do something a little bit different, and that's why we're back here tonight. We're presenting a configuration that we've created, kind of a notch that on our side of the property, which would allow everyone, not just the residents of this building, but all the public, to use, and then to do kind of a K-turn, and it takes it away also from the neighbor across the street. And we have spoken to him about this as well. We have also reviewed it with the Jersey City Traffic Department, and they have also given their blessing, not in a review letter, but I do have an email with me if the board wishes that, to see that as part of the presentation. What we also did, and I'll get out of the way, but we had to make some architectural changes to the building. We have moved the two elevators to the Orient Avenue frontage. We've moved the mail room and package room. The point is to try to make that the focus of the building. So when you're coming and going, you want to go through the Orient Avenue frontage. That was not the case when we were back here in August. It was very much dominated for the Morton Place. So we think that that's going to help have people, if they're coming and going or with Ubers, that they want to go to Orient Place. They don't want to go down to Morton Place. Unless you have an apartment on that side of the building, there's really no point, to go there, because you don't want them to bring you down there so you're closer. So with that said, I do have the three witnesses, but I have told them to be brief. The presentations are brief. Mr. Liebeskin's going to walk you through just to show you the proposed notch on Morton Place. Then Mr. Kelly's going to explain the architectural changes. And then there are, as a result of all this, there is like a setback and a coverage deviation that is slightly exceeds or deviates from the permitted regulations in the zoning. We're going to address that. But it's, we think it's consistent. As you might recall, you can have a 15-story building here. We're proposing 6, so we're not trying to overbuild. Okay.
I do. Brian Liebeskin, Liebeskin.
Mr. Liebeskin, good evening. Your license is current?
Good evening, it is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you.
Yeah, Brian, if you could just walk them through the sketch and how this proposal will work.
Sure. So on the screen, this is our revised site plan, C301. This is part of the amended application package that was submitted for this evening. This is last revised October 1st, 2025. As Mr. Harrington noted, everything on this site plan it was previously approved as part of that August 12th hearing. Also, just for the record, we'll note, prior to that hearing, we were in receipt of all agency comments and addressed those, including forestry, transportation, and JCMUA Way comments. So the application before you tonight is, again, limited to the operations at Morton Place, and again, as Mr. Harrington noted, is dual prong, in the sense it's
improving the operations outside the building for that K-turn, as well as some architectural modifications that Mr. Kelly will speak to. So to zoom in on the Morton Place dead end, we have added a bump out on the north side of that curb. The building was recessed at the ground floor to allow for 2 15-minute parking spaces within that sidewalk. And the area on the west end of Morton Place, this is going back to the original design with the striped out area to help facilitate those turning movements. Again, as noted, this was reviewed with city planning, city transportation, as well as the neighbor, and and all parties feel like that this is addressing the concerns that were raised. The movements we testified to as part of that August hearing would still be a 3-point K-turn, but now the short-term parking would be allowed to park in those spaces. The backup would take place within this striped out area in here. So unless there are any specific questions related to this change, that would conclude my testimony.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, anyone? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, then I'm going to bring up Mr. Kelly to explain the architectural changes, which again we think runs hand in hand with the issue of moving people to Orient Avenue.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
That's the record. State your name.
Kieran Kelly, Ciaran Kelly.
Mr. Kelly, good evening. Your license is current?
It is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you. Let me just bring up the drawings. Okay, sorry. So yeah, as was described, we had the original hearing. We presented the project, and at that time there was always 2 lobbies in the building, but the primary lobby was on Morton Place, fronting onto Morton Place. And through the course of that hearing, there was obviously concerns raised by the board about, I guess, the safety, both pedestrian and vehicular, at that Morton condition, because it's a dead end street. And so, we went back. And it was clear to our client that it was very important to have that connection at that location, but it was understood the reason for the concern. And so I guess the approach for the redesign was a 2-prong approach. One was, what Brian just described about trying to best fix the maneuverability in Morton Place. But then obviously from the architecture, there was a lot we could do inside the building. And namely, as Mr. Harrington said, that was refocus the interior organization of the building so as to make the Orient Street side the main residential lobby. Now, I have the plans updated, I have them arranged in approved and amended, but quite honestly, I think it might be confusing because you're jumping between levels. So it might just be easier if I explain, and then if you have specific questions that I point them out on the plan. But essentially, what was originally the main residential lobby on Morton Place is relocated 1 floor lower, fronting onto Orient. And with that moves the double height entry space, the double elevator lobby, all the mail rooms and the package rooms. And they all go down to a grander residential lobby on Orient. Now, what had previously been at that location, the kind of back of house services like the transformer room, the electrical room, in order to make way for this new lobby, they all get relocated up onto Morton Place. So the only space really left over on Morton Place is a small kind of seating area, but essentially your secondary means of egress exit out at that location. Now, in addition to that, there is a 6,000 square foot amenity space, interior amenity space, which fronts onto the courtyard. And that amenity space was reorientated closer to the Orient side so that it's more adjacent to what is now the double elevator lobby, or the main vertical circulation point in the building. The remainder of the space was the residential units, which were kind of shifted in order to fill up the remaining space. That's probably the easiest way I can describe it. We did not increase the residential footage, and all of the residential units are as they were. Same number of units, 296, same breakdown, studios 1, 2, 3s. The amenity space all remained the same. So essentially we have done that. We have made the Orient entry the main and only, the main residential entry. I should also note that it was always the case that trash removal and loading space, off-street loading space for move in and move out, that was always on Orient. We have maintained that because our main garage entry is on Orient, and that stuff all stays there. We have never intended for there to be heavy vehicle traffic on the Morton Place side. So that's the changes that were made in order to address this concern. I just want to mention the upper floor setbacks that you described. The redevelopment plan does require a 15-foot setback on the Orient side, but above the 5th floor, that's supposed to increase to 30 feet. Now, the whole impetus for us reducing this building to a 6-story building was the ability to build it out of stick framing over a concrete podium. Stick framing is only really efficient when you try to have a typical floor plan, because obviously the interior walls become load bearing. And so we eliminated the 30-foot setback on the Orient side above the 5th floor. But of course, that's in the context of reducing it from a permitted 16-story structure, which it originally was. So that's that, just to describe it. That was the way it was previously. I didn't touch on it in testimony. And then just the last change that I want to point out is the neighbor had expressed a concern because we are proposing pickleball courts on the roof. We had some discussion about that the last time. The pickleball courts were on the Morton side. They were closer to his property, and so we have moved them away. We've moved them to the north side of the roof, kind of overlooking the train tracks, so away from the property. So that's the extent of the changes. In terms of the facade is obviously more or less exactly as it was, except here on the right-hand side where the car is located, we pulled in that portion of the first floor to allow for those recessed spots. That's it. That's the extent of my testimony. If you have any
Mr. Kelly, I
questions.
see the rendering up here. Maybe we should mark the slide deck that you just presented as A2.
A2.
And just for the record,
Number of slides.
Number of slides.
That's a good question. 13.
13.
And just for the record, I think you might have made an error on the unit count. It's 264.
Oh, apologies.
That's,
Yes.
that has not
260.
changed.
With 28 affordable units.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kelly. The only question I do have, and it came up in the last meeting, pickleball courts are only daylight hours?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's my only question. Anybody else? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, then I'm going to continue with Mr. Bellamy just to briefly address the deviations.
And just let the record show, Mr. Bellamy has already been sworn in tonight and is still
Yes.
qualified.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, so Mr. Kelly covered one of the setback deviations we're requesting from the Orient Avenue frontage. This project is in Zone C, high-rise mixed-use TOD district of the Green Villa redevelopment plan. It's also in the affordable housing overlay. So I agree with the testimony from Mr. Kelly, really from a bulk standpoint. It's this project, this redevelopment plan envisioned a much larger high-rise building. We're proposing an 8-story building, so we're much lower than what's contemplated with that. We are also requesting a setback deviation from that side, the side that's it butts the residential buildings that continue along Orient Avenue. There's a 35-foot step back requirement for the 5th to 8th floors. We're proposing a total of 24.5 feet. So we're short about 10.5 feet on that side setback area. We also do have a maximum building coverage deviation on the 5th through 8th floors. That's where 65% is permitted. We're proposing 70% on the 5th floor and 69% on the 6th floor.
We are below the maximum building coverage on the second through fourth floors. There's a 75% permitted coverage, and we're at 70%. So where we're balancing out the additional coverage on the upper floors by reducing the coverage on the lower floors, as well as having a reduced height than what this redevelopment plan does contemplate. So with that, I think all of these deviations can be granted where the benefits would outweigh the detriments. I think there's direct trade-offs, and this project does meet the overall intent of the redevelopment plan and proposes an appropriate massing and footprint on the site that does provide for adequate light, air, and open space. With that, I think this project does promote the purposes of the municipal land use law, purposes A, C, and I don't see any substantial detriment to the general welfare or substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. I think this project really is directly in line with what the plan calls for. With that, that would conclude my direct testimony, but happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bellamy. Any questions? Anyone? No. Okay, thank you, sir. Council? That's your
Okay,
presentation.
so that completes our presentation. Just real short, we think it's a better project. We took the comments from the board, and we think with the changes we made it a much better project.
Okay, thank you. Is anybody here from the public that wants to comment on this application? Anyone from public?
See no one from public, I would like to close the public portion.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt?
Yeah, the applicant approached us, with the amendment. They wanted to be able to restore the ability to enter and exit the property on Morton Place. With the notch, they create what you call a hammerhead intersection, which is a hammerhead turnaround, which is essentially extra space that allows the full clearance for a K-turn, which I believe solves a lot of those congestion issues. As Mr. Harrington mentioned, transportation planning and traffic signed off on these as satisfying their concerns. And I think as Mr. Bellamy's testimony mentioned, the step back variances that they're requesting were really for the original tower and a base typology that the zoning was written for, and they're proposing a low-rise structure. Staff recommends approval. Staff just asks that all conditions from the previous resolution carry over with the exception of the emergency exit condition, and that be revised to reflect the request to have Morton Place function as a secondary general public entrance.
That's acceptable.
Okay, thank you.
Chair would like to make a motion to approve case P 2025-0203 as presented to the board with staff recommendations and conditions.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Acting Vice Chair Gangadin.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for listening to the board's concern and bringing this back and making this project a better one for the neighborhood as well. It's a great addition. I vote aye.
Commissioner Wick.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Aye.
Commissioner Lewis.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye, and I do want to thank the applicant for hearing us. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's move on to item 18, is case P2024-0134, is a preliminary major site plan with C variances for 180 Baldwin Avenue. And I don't want to say yet, but it is 9:20. This possibly could be our last application of the night. We'll see how it goes.
Pretty confident.
Yeah.
Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Gerard Pizzillo. I'm an attorney with Genova Burns, appearing this evening on behalf of the applicant, 180 Baldwin Avenue, LLC. As the Chairman indicated, this is a preliminary site plan application with C variances. We did prepare and provide notice. I did upload it to the portal, and with the Chairman's permission, may I approach counsel and present him with the originals?
Thank you for asking, though. So nice.
fancy tabs.
Little things.
Professionally done. Chairman, see the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application 180 Baldwin Ave. I've had the opportunity to review it. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Council, and thank you again, Commissioners. So 180 Baldwin Avenue is known as Block 10901, Lots 65.01 and 67.01, located within the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment area, specifically the Zone 4. The project is utilizing the whole block provision, which allows for developments that meet those standards to develop according to Zone 3 standards. So although the project is in Zone 4, we are developing, consistent with the whole block provision, building to Zone 3 standards, and also utilizing the office space bonus. So what you have is a multi-phased mixed-use project consisting of 27-story buildings with a total of 2,088 residential dwelling units, approximately 114,000 square feet of office commercial space, approximately 1,100 square feet of ground floor retail space, surrounded by a 20-foot wide publicly accessible sidewalk, rights of way, and a public promenade that overlooks essentially the Palisade Cliffs. There is a portion of the property that is located within the Peapod district, but the project does comply with those provisions, and we are not impacting the cliffs in any way. The project as a whole is essentially as of right. There are 6 deviations that are one for each of the towers, and there's an architectural reason behind those deviations, and you'll hear about it more from our architect. But simply put, the way the construction of the project is being proposed, it's 6 towers on a common base, and that common base is going to rise up, and the buildings will rise from that base. The base of the actual building is less than 12 feet from the base facade, and you'll see it all. And the impact is it creates larger view corridors and publicly more space for walking and to enhance the pedestrian experience at the street level. So there are 6 deviations, but it's one for each of the buildings. It doesn't increase any density. In fact, it actually is shrunk. But you'll see it and you'll hear it. I have 3 witnesses, Dean Marchetto from MHS, who is our architect of record, Gabrielle Granelli from Dresner Robin, who is our civil engineer, and then Samuel Bellamy, who is our professional planner. Before I turn it over to Gabby, who will be our first witness, I would like to point out that we did meet with the Hilltop Neighborhood Association, and we did present them the entirety of the project. We did indicate to them that we will be back before them because we have to come back before you if when we prepare and file for a final site plan. So we did take their feedback, and we are listening. But what we're presenting to you this evening is what we filed without any of those, additional comments. Again, due to the preliminary nature of the project that's being proposed right now. So with all that said, I'll turn it over to Gabby Granelli, and she will walk you through the site plan.
All right, thank you, counsel.
You swear the testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
Gabrielle Gornelli, Gornelli.
Ms. Gornelli, good evening. Your license is current tonight?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
There it goes. Okay. So what I have on the screen right now is the site survey. I'm just going to walk through the existing conditions. Like Mr. Pizzillo said, the site is block 10901, lot 65.01, and lot 67.01. The main part of the site is 65.01. That's this larger portion at the north, which fronts along Baldwin. and High Street on the east side. The 67.01 is this lower portion, which has frontage along Academy Street. And you'll see when we go through the development that the majority of the site development is located on 65.01. The entire site is 5.78 acres, and the 65.01 portion is 4.97 acres. So it's the majority of the site. The site is a former industrial site. The buildings were demolished, I believe, back in 2016, so almost 10 years ago. And like Mr. Pizzillo said, we're in Zone 4, but we are developing this as a whole block provision, which allows us to develop with the Zone 3 requirements. We are in the P-POD, and we walked the site to determine, where those areas are, and you'll see when I go through the site plan that we are not touching those areas, and we are complying with the required setbacks. So what I have here, this is a colored rendering of the C301, the site plan. I don't believe this was, this has to be entered in because the renderings that are on the portal were a prior iteration of the site plans. So the site plans were updated, but the renderings were not. So this is A2.
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 And I'll get that uploaded to the portal more.
And I think it's just easier to go through the colored site plan, given the nature of the project. So this is identical to the site plan drawings, it's just a colorized version of them.
Ms. Gornelli,
Yes.
this is going to sound strange. Is there any way you can make your monitor less yellow?
Sorry, it's in night mode.
Yeah, that's what I was guessing.
Yeah.
I'm not in night mode yet.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
It's automatic.
It's killing me, killing my
Yeah,
eyes.
trying to-
Perfect.
Oh, that's, see what happens? Let's see, let me just lower the, I'm trying to reduce my blue light. Is that better?
That'll work.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry about
perfect.
that.
That's all right.
So this is, like I said, this is the colorized site plan. And our site plan, you'll see it's broken up into multiple sheets because there's multiple levels of this project. So this is our C301 sheet. This is the upper level of our project. So this is where the site enters along Baldwin Avenue. It's at the grade of Baldwin Avenue. We have a driveway entrance, which is at an existing curb cut into the site. It's a 22-foot driveway. And the full block development for the whole block, it's allowed to be used on sites that are greater than 30,000 square feet. And part of the provisions are that you are allowing public access throughout the entire site. And we're doing that by having this public promenade, which the architect will speak to as well, which, so you come into the site on Baldwin Avenue. We have this 22-foot driveway on the west side, and then we have this public promenade across the front, and then it goes south towards the rear of the site, and this is all publicly accessible with minimum of 20 feet sidewalks. So you have your full block with the Baldwin Avenue frontage, your High Street frontage, your Port Authority right-of-way on the south, and then we have our driveway on the west side of the site. I'll note that the definition of a right-of-way in the ordinance says that it can be public or privately owned, and that its main purpose is to convey, to move people or goods. So that's why we comply with the full block redevelopment here. I'll quickly go through kind of some building statistics. The architect will speak more to this. There are 6 towers. We have 2,088 units, 658 parking spaces. We do have that one deviation because all of the towers are on a single base. This is a mixed-use project, which the multiple levels allows us to have the office lobbies on this higher level here, which are fronting on this raised promenade. Then when I go down, so if you can follow this driveway on the west side, we'll go down to the next level, which is beneath that raised promenade, where our driveway on the west side continues down, and this is where we have an access corridor and our residential lobbies. So we have an access corridor. All of this, the building loading is off of this middle level. This middle level has connection to High Street. So this is your service drive, and this is where your residential lobbies are for the site. And then you continue down further on the driveway, and that's where you come out to Academy Street, where, like I said, we're not developing this portion of the site with a tower. This is just where the driveway continues out to Academy Street. We are improving the sidewalk along Academy Street. So just to go back to, show the middle level, which I think shows the whole site the most. We do have 20 street trees on the site, as well as extensive landscaping and plantings throughout, trees within the site as well, foundation plantings along all of the buildings, and just a nice design which is publicly accessible. Just quickly, I'll go to the rooftop, and we also have 24,190 square feet of green roof on the roof of the towers. I can briefly touch on the utilities for the site. We are a stormwater major development, so what I have here now, I'm going back to the civil site plan drawings. I don't have colored renderings of the utility plans. I don't think anyone wants to see that. So what I have here is our C401 sheet. This is our grading plan of the upper level. This is where you come into the site on Baldwin. There's a big grade difference between Baldwin at the north of the site and Academy on the south. It's about a 33-foot drop. So we do have a grade change as we're going through the site here. As we continue through, we have 3 detention basins on the site to meet the stormwater requirements because we are a stormwater major development. We have one on the frontage along Baldwin, one in the driveway on the west side, and then a third one in the driveway on Academy Street. The site is not in a flood zone, so we don't need to comply with green area ratio requirements. Sorry about that. So here's 2 of our detention basins, and then the third one is on Academy Street. Although we're not required to comply, we do have the green roof to comply with stormwater requirements. Due to the nature of the project, that we have this promenade that's over a top of the access drive and the parking garage. All of the vehicle spaces, the parking spaces, do not require any water quality because it's all clean. We do have the driveway on the west side of the site, which is made of pervious pavement to allow for the water quality of that driveway. For the rest of our utilities, we have connection to utilities along Baldwin Avenue, High Street. We do have some water mains looping the project site that go through our access drive. We did get an MUA letter which spoke to some utility improvements that are contemplated in the area along Baldwin, High Street, and Academy that, because we are a preliminary site plan, we'll have an opportunity to speak to the JSMUA about that before we come back for final and make any adjustments to the plan. I note that, Matt's staff comment letter talks about some cobbles on High Street that need repair. We would certainly look at that in conjunction with any utility improvements we're doing in that street as well, to repair it. I believe that concludes my testimony, unless there's any questions.
I do have one. So that's not a public right-of-way to the left of the screen, right? The driveway?
The driveway, there is sidewalk access along that.
But you're able to drive from Baldwin right there
Mm-hmm.
down to Academy.
Down to Academy, yes.
Okay, but that's a private street, right? It's not a right-of-way open to the public.
It's a privately owned street, which per the right-of-way it is a right-of-way per the ordinance.
Okay, so how do we prevent?
But it's not a city street.
It's not a city street,
And it's
no.
not going to become a city street,
No.
I got to tell you, I'm going to drive through there all day.
maybe.
I'm looking at it. It's an easy cut through to cut some traffic off. Is it one-way exit onto Academy?
So
Or is
it's
it-
two-way on Baldwin, and the way it's designed currently, just due to the size that we have for the dimensions, it is one-way coming in from Academy.
Coming in from Academy?
Yeah. So it's two-way up to the garage entrance, which
Mhm.
is off of Baldwin.
Okay.
I mean, I think we would have signage, to the extent that we can.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you would stop it.
Usually a fence or a gate.
Just give me a key for it. I'm gonna drive through there all the time.
Well, I think
It's-
that might be one of the
Especially during rush hour.
Yeah.
questions/requirements.
I don't want to see a locked gate by any stretch of the means, but
So I don't, and Matt, maybe I'm wrong. I think it has to remain open under the zoning as being
Yes, one of
accessible.
the items that we have in our staff memo, one of the conditions is that the applicant should work with staff to review the need for a major subdivision to create a rights of way. Whether it's a private right of way might also be a solution, but I think it does need to remain open pursuant to the whole block provisions. I don't think circulation
do you-
or like which way circulation is on that street is of concern, but
So
Go ahead.
I don't disagree with what you're saying, Matt. My concern becomes obviously enforcement on the street. Is it a street that can be enforced? Is it required under the redevelopment plan that it is accessible to everybody in order for the remainder of the zoning being sought to, I guess, be permitted? So
The redevelopment plan doesn't, sorry, is this, oh yeah, it's on, okay. The redevelopment plan doesn't explicitly call for that to be a street. It does have to be available to pedestrians and public access. So to that extent, it does have to remain open. Now, whether it is categorized as a street, a right-of-way, and to Matt's comment and to the proposed condition, should the board approve tonight, and because it is a preliminary application, yes, it's a valid concern that's going to have to get addressed and will have to be addressed, and in terms of any final application. And we would work with planning and the
Yep.
city to address that.
now I know what you're saying when you say that a sidewalk is what was required, but if you read the paragraph before, to qualify for the whole block development provision, you have to be bounded only by rights of way.
Okay. So, well, if it's a private right-of-way.
And that's
again,
allowed in the
yeah.
definition of right of way.
Right. And now it's a matter of how do we enforce that it's private or not. We'll have to work with the city on that. I don't think right now I have an idea of, I agreed we can't put a fence there. We can't lock it. How do we make sure that people are not cutting through, although it's probably a good idea, or, everyone
gonna be
will
able
want
to
to cut
stop
through. I don't have an answer how we could figure that out right now tonight.
Yeah.
And I mean,
I don't believe you're going to be able to stop people from coming through without it being gated or
want
something
to?
like that. You can prevent people from parking in that area, but as far as cutting through, law enforcement is not going to position themselves there to, even though you're close to the sheriff's building, but they're not going to position themselves there to enforce that.
agreed. I understand, and we wouldn't want to put that strain on the
It's
city
sort of
as
like
well.
some of the other property downtown by the beer garden where they say it's private, but you cut through all the time.
Sure.
But then you can enforce the parking part of it.
100%, yes.
Okay. I mean, again, we're on a preliminary site plan tonight, so we're not going to solve this tonight, but it's, going forward, let's
Valid.
take a look at it.
Yeah, it's very valid.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Gornelli?
So, council, I just want to go over, because it is only preliminary, and for everybody on the board, as most of you know and those in the public, preliminary is exactly what it says. It's before you get to the final, so some of the plans are not fully designed and as detailed. There's additional items on checklists that have to be satisfied. I think what we're discussing right now is one of those situations where you can't get a final approval without this being decided one way or the other. So if this was preliminary and final, and this issue would have to be resolved, it couldn't be resolved at a future date. But the MUA letter on the portal is the August 12th MUA letter,
That's correct, counsel, yes.
and are some of those items not able to be addressed because we haven't been able to design some of those issues or design to address some of those issues? For instance, item 9 talks about the meter pit detail shown on C903, shows a bypass pipe. Please be advised that the bypass pipe is no longer allowed. So is that something that we haven't attempted to address and will have to address, and is still a valid comment, or was there a revision that addressed?
Yeah,
an
I
item
think
like
the
that?
intention would be to address these when we go back for final and possibly meet with the MUA, even before that to go over some of the comments.
So the hope would be when we get to a final, this memo looks a lot, maybe it's one page, it's a lot less comments, and we'll work with the MUA between now and when we get there to address as much as we can.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gornelli.
Thank you.
Can you also mark that as a
That,
private driveway?
Next witness,
Hold
Dean
on,
Marcello.
counsel.
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner, go ahead, ask the question.
I was wondering if you can also probably mark that as like a private driveway. It's still open, but it probably could be marked saying private driveway. Is that possible?
Yeah, I think we'd have to
So
go at it with signage.
Yeah.
the answer is yes, it could be handled in that way. I think part of the question is how? Does the board want to handle it? What is the applicant proposing? What's necessary under the redevelopment plan in order for this to be considered whole block development in terms of what's a right-of-way, what's a street, what's the difference between a right-of-way and a street, what kind of access is required. So I think that's what the board's
Yeah, I think
staff and the
we
applicant are gonna
would
have to
recommend to maintain flexibility, as this is a preliminary site plan application only at this time. And we think that the condition we're recommending does that. So, if that's satisfactory with the commissioners, that's what we would recommend.
Okay.
Good.
All right, go ahead, Counsel. Come on up, team.
So as Dean brings up his screen, he is going to be presenting a 16 sheet PDF, which is a composite, and Dean, you could speak to this, but it's a composite of the plans that were submitted and uploaded to the portal. But I would ask we can mark this as A3.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Counselor.
So here's the exhibit. I'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Record state signing.
It's Dean Marchetto, and it's DeanMarchetto.
Mr. Marchetto, good evening. Your license is current tonight?
Yes, it is.
And you're testifying as an architect
Architect,
tonight?
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. As was discussed earlier, this is a rather substantial project. There's about 31 pages in the site plan, architectural drawings. So what I've done is I've created a subset of the drawings to describe the concept that we're going to present. The plans, the elevations, the renderings. The details are all in the site plan set. I have them here on another screen. If there's any questions concerning that, I can go to that screen. But I think that this subset will make things more fluent and expeditious. So with that, I have a 16-page set of slides that come out of the site plan, and I provide them for,
And I will upload this to the portal this evening.
Right now?
I could if you'd like.
Okay, so I can't tell you how excited I am to present this project. This is a transformational project for Journal Square. You know, Journal Square, we all know what has happened up there in recent years. It's a very developed center of the city, which is what the redevelopment plan envisioned. It sits on top of a bluff. It has a rail yard in front of it, so it's elevated. Forever, the views will be towards Manhattan. And if you're up in Journal Square, unless you live in a high-rise apartment, there's no place you can go to get to the edge, to see the river, to see the skyline. If you're a public pedestrian, if you're in the Heights, you can walk to the Fisk Park, Riverview Fisk, you get to the park. It's a beautiful park. And when you get out there, you see how amazing it is, the wide expanse of the entire waterfront, and of course Manhattan beyond. We want to be able to bring that to Journal Square, and we're going to try to do that in this project. Oh, it went out.
I think you might, is yours asleep?
Oh, okay.
Should wake back up. There you go.
Okay, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so with that as a background, I'm ready to present a great idea that I think, it's not required in the redevelopment plan. The project that we're designing tonight, that we're presenting, is a compliant project. We need one deviation on each of the 6 towers, and that deviation is to make the building smaller. And I'll explain what that means. So let me just go through the slides. Here is an aerial view of the site, and imposed over the top is our phase plan. Basically, we were able to, because of the size of the project, it's almost 6 acres, the size of this project. It's about 500 feet across Baldwin. And the idea of having towers on a base, if you could imagine that sort of shaded area as one big base that can rise 50 feet or 60 feet as permitted, and then towers on top, it would block the entire opportunity to look at Manhattan from Baldwin. It would just be a continuous 60-foot wide building. So what our concept is to imagine the base, 60 feet tall, the 6 towers on top that will go to 27, and then to take the base away. Basically take the whole project, lift it up in the air so that you can see through it and get out to the edge where we have a public promenade, which is really something special. It's not just a walkway, it's a little bit wider, it's landscaped, it has landscape furniture, benches, places for people to sit and really enjoy. Anyone coming from the Path Station, Newkirk, Rock Street, coming down, High Street, coming down, getting to the property, having 4 specific ways to look through and to walk through to get to the edge. That's the idea. I think it will make a big difference in the quality of life for folks in Journal Square. So the first drawing I'd like to show you is basically what we call the ground floor plan. This is the level that is at the level of Baldwin. And if you look here, you can see Baldwin at the top of the page, right up in here. And then you could see the 6 buildings. All of the buildings have different shapes. They're very similar, but they're not exactly similar. So they have their own identity. And then if you look here, there's about a 40-foot open space between the curb and the front of the buildings. And then the towers, when they come down, in order to pick up the 60-foot dimension, which is the contextual line that the base is supposed to present, we recess the building rather than expand the building to open up these wide corridors. And if you look here, down the drive, down the middle here, down the middle here, and all the way over on High Street, there are 4 view corridors. And the towers, when they come down, and the bottom 3 floors that are 55-foot tall are all glass. So that there's a sense of visibility, a place that you want to go as you move through the project. It's a place where you can see the skyline and you want to get there. And then behind that, there are 3 additional towers, and they make up the 6 phases that we have. And then way down here on the east side, as I mentioned, this promenade, right in front of us is a rail yard that won't be developed. So from that deck level, you'll have a public view of the wide expanse of Manhattan. So this is the ground floor plan. On this floor plan, we have lobbies, both for the office as well as the residential. They're separate lobbies. As I mentioned, the building has an office bonus. So the ground level is basically residential lobby and office lobby. And you see they're separated by 2 different colors, blue and beige. And above those are 2 additional floors that are commercial floors. It's the office bonus. And that's 3 stories for the base, and then the building goes up to 27, as you'll see. So these walkways coming down from Baldwin, moving east towards the river, are open and free. They're just uncontrolled. They'll be lit, there'll be safety, and that'll be managed by the developer. But it's almost like a plaza, a public plaza underneath the towers. And when I say that the base is recessed, it comes in, as you'll see in the renderings, about 7 feet, so that the upper building cantilevers out, so that the bottom is constricted. So that's the ground floor plan on Baldwin. This is a view from Baldwin through one of those corridors. You can see that the cantilever for the residential floors begins at the top of the base, and that the bottom 3 floors are glass, they're open, they have lobbies, they have commercial space up on the 2nd and 3rd floor. But moreover, when you're standing right here on Baldwin, and you get to one of these openings, you can see right through. Now, the buildings above obviously have to have columns and have to be supported. So when I say we pick the buildings up and walk underneath, it's not the whole place, it's just the space in between the bases. The space between these bases vary from 70 to 80 feet, each one of these openings, and there are 4 of them through the site, 70 to 80 feet. And you can see here, as you look through on this particular street, it aligns perfectly with the World Trade Center. Now, if you're on Baldwin and you're looking south on Baldwin, this is a view. The new development is to the left. The existing context on Baldwin is to the right. And you can see in the front yard, the building is set back about 40 feet from the curb. So it's a nice wide promenade that serves as an entry. And then as you get to the space between the towers, you could see one here, you could see one in the foreground here. You can see all the way through, and you can walk through to the edge. So now, from Baldwin level, as Gabriella had mentioned, you have a drop to the eastern side. And so underneath the Baldwin level, we have 2 additional levels. One serves as a service level, and the other one serves as the parking level. So those two levels are below Baldwin. This one is the one level that's directly below Baldwin. The base of the building comes down to that level. There are atriums in here with light wells that come down to this lower level. And this service road is a service road that allows for loading, delivery, and rideshare to arrive on this separate service road in the mid-level directly below Baldwin that would provide some convenient drop-off parking for people using rideshare or just quickly convenient parking spaces, as well as loading. This is a loading dock for building 3, and this is a loading dock here. Truck could come in, back in. Loading dock accesses trash and delivery elevators for both the office and the residential buildings. And then the main lobby for these 3 towers here are on this level. So this is where your lobby is, on this level. And then at the very outside edge, we have some more office or commercial space in here. As Gerard had mentioned, we met with the Hilltop Group. One of their requests was to have more commercial down on this promenade so that if you were to go down there, you could have a cafe, an ice cream shop, some kind of cafe, or some kind of public commercial use along with the park use or the open space use. So this is that second level. The third level below is this lowest level. And this level, you enter into the garage coming down this drive, and then the garage entry is right here. You come in and you have stackable parking in here, and you have some EV chargers here. And to get to the loading for the 3 eastern towers, the loading docks are here, here, and here. And they'll be managed by the developer who has his own management company. And they'll be able to come in, back in, and then go back out the garage entrance. And there's a lobby, mechanical, trash room, bicycle parking spread. Here's bicycle. There's, let me just, I guess, look at some numbers. There is 2,000 and, there's 2,000 and I think it's 88 units for the whole building, all 6 towers. There are about 360 apartments in each tower, and except for Tower A, which gets cut off short here because of the angle of the property, which has something like 288 apartments. So it's 2,088 total, 360 in each, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and number 6 has 288. The towers above are the residential floors, and we laid out the typical floor. Each one of these towers has approximately 12 to 15 apartments per floor. They're all laid out. We know how many 1-bedrooms, how many 2-bedrooms, how many studios. Obviously, because it's preliminary, that will develop as we go. You could see the elevator cores in the middle, and at each one of these towers, they're a little bit different. And when you see the exterior views, you'll notice that these towers, they kind of wobble on the way up to create an identity of their own. But they're all similar, but they have a tight range and a difference of each one, so they're identifiable. By the way, our engineering firm helped us with the design of those exteriors, and you'll see them in to minimize wind channeling and tunneling through the towers, because there was a concern about that. So the odd shapes are designed from an engineering point of view to minimize the wind effect on that. To understand how that 3-dimensional works, this is the diagram that shows the Baldwin level coming through. You get to the end, and then there's elevators and 2 stairs that take you down to this promenade down here, which is landscaped, as I mentioned earlier. And then there's a ramp that takes you back down to Academy in here. And I can maybe zoom in this. Yeah. Going too fast. So here, if I zoom in here, you can see these upper Baldwin level walkways that come down to the edge, and you can see here this public promenade. If I move down the page, this shows you circulation of the different pedestrian movements and how you get in and out of each one of these spaces. Okay, so now stepping back and looking west, this is a view of what that looks like in a rendering. You can see here the three towers on the east. You could see the base, which is an all-glass base that has commercial space and lobbies. And then below that, there's this commercial space down here. This is where, this level is where some of the neighbors had suggested we put retail, which we are going to consider before we come back for final site plan. And then below that promenade here, you can see that we have the garage, which is an open garage which will be ventilated mechanically by taking air in from these facades and then bringing it up to the roof. But you can see here on this left side driveway where you can actually walk up and you reach Baldwin Avenue. So you can see how it fits in that context. This is a computer-generated view of what it feels like to be on that promenade. Like I said, it ranges between 30 and 44 feet in different widths as it moves along. There's room for landscaping, places to sit, and once you get out here, you've got the wide view of Manhattan and the Hudson River.
This is at the lower level or the Baldwin Street level?
This is one level below Baldwin on the promenade.
Okay.
Technically, we did the elevations. You could see here how the buildings are similar, but they're different. There are three materials on the upper tower. It's a curtain wall design. The dark materials is a cementous panel. It's an opaque panel. The blue is clear glass. And up above, on the very top of the building, that's hiding the mechanical equipment, is metal panel. We actually have preliminary selections for the colors, but we're going to present those as final materials as we come back for final site plan. This is a view looking west, so you could see the promenade where my cursor is right in here. You can see the commercial right in here, the base, the 7-foot cantilevers, and then the openings between the towers. The towers meet the requirement for the maximum diagonal. They don't exceed it. And the space between the towers at any given point varies between 50 and 58 feet between towers. And this is a view from High Street looking at the elevations looking south. So you're on High Street. And this drawing, you can understand the levels. This is Baldwin Avenue here on my right. Then the slope down of High Street. This is the service road entrance. And then you can continue out to the promenade, which is right here where my cursor is. So this drawing helps you understand the levels. And this is a backup view of the building. You can see in here populated with residents and pedestrians using the promenade and the access to get to it. And then a night shot. What this could look like at night. Once we develop the lighting plan completely and the security plan to make sure that this is all safe and well lit, that will be finalized as we move to final site plan. I think, like I said, if you're up in Journal Square and there's no place to see the skyline, it's like the densest place in the town, and we need to be able to do something like that. So the concept of the project is to have this public access and a view of Manhattan. And so that's a general overview. I have more detailed plans, signage, lighting, we have all that in the set, but we're limiting the presentation right now to just concept and preliminary site plan.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marchetto. It's ambitious.
Yeah.
It's very ambitious. Are we too early to talk about construction phasing?
No, we did consider that. And let me go up here. The idea here, the idea would be moving from south to north. The first phase would be phase 1 and 4. These are the two towers here. And the reason we need to do this first is because this is the access to the garage. And as we build each phase, the percentage of the promenade in front of that phase will be built at the same time. And then we're going to move to 2 and 5, moving north. And we're going to work our way out onto High Street as we move to the north on phase 3 and 6. That's the preliminary phasing idea. I'm sorry?
At every level.
Yes, yes, the garage, the
Right.
promenade, and then the tower above it, and the service area above that.
And we've got nothing proposed on this 67.01?
No, just the road going out, this Academy Road access down in here. No building is proposed there. There are 7 parcels, we're building on 6.
But we're not subdividing any of this, council.
Not at this point. I think that's one of the questions and the comments from
but this-
staff that we've received.
I don't think it'll be subdivided, because it's all one base. It's all connected on the below Baldwin.
So
But-
I guess,
but I'm not a site plan attorney, but my guess is that it's one project.
so having known you as long as I have, I respect your passion. I can tell that this is one of those projects that you have really run with and believe that this is incredible. I think it's incredible. Personally, I think it's incredibly ambitious. I think from a legal standpoint, how all of this comes together is complex.
100% it's complex.
Right.
And I think that's part of the reason why we're here tonight, just for preliminary, because all of these items, as you correctly point out, will have to be addressed. Like, how are these? Is it going to be one property address? Is the tax assessor going to want to have a different address for each one of the buildings? Fair play and fair points, but I don't think we're there at this point to have that question or to answer that question. But you're right. I mean, it's going to come up. There's going to be a host of items that we'll
Whether
have
it's
to work
cross
through.
easements, right? So there's all sorts of, and council, I don't know how this doesn't get done with without some kind of developers agreement or, I mean, we're talking about pedestrian plazas and multiple levels and tiers.
There's no doubt, and again, referring back to the staff comment memo, and correctly pointed out, we will have to prepare easement agreements and make sure that the publicly accessible areas are publicly accessible areas in perpetuity, because that's the intention. That's obviously part of the redevelopment plan, and they will have to be addressed. That will have to be addressed. So yes, there will be easements here, cross easements, and again, this is all one owner, so that you don't have to worry about that. And as Dean pointed out, it's 6 buildings but one project. Now, how that all looks at the end in terms of addresses, lots and blocks, right now it's going to stay as is. Unless and until when we get to a final, the city tax assessor, city planning, whoever it may be, has concerns or issues, specific to that we'll have to address.
Well, and I think the right term was conceptually, right? So long-term, right now it's vacant land.
Correct.
controlled by one owner.
Correct.
I don't know who's going to, the kind of contracts you need, who's going to be maintaining this, who's going to be dealing with the landscape and all this kind, right? So
That's all
again,
going to be.
well far from what we're talking about, but as you know, and as Mr. Marchetto will appreciate, one of our biggest, at least one of my biggest pet peeves is this constructible? So are we all hoping, and then it never comes to fruition because it just physically can't happen?
Oh, it's physically very possible. I just would also.
When I say physically, I mean monetarily, Mr. Marchetto.
Okay.
Before Dean jumps in, I would say from the developer's perspective, he's been looking at this, he's been working with his team, and as Dean as Dean can attest to, they've been at this for a while, this concept, this plan, and bless you, we wouldn't come before you with something of this ambitious of a nature if we weren't going to be able to finance it or construct it. We value your time and our own time too much to bring this before you in this late hour.
As a point of reference, you may be familiar with the Maxwell Place project in Hoboken, where they took the former shipyards, and I was involved in that site plan, and we took it and we made 4 or 5 separate towers on that. It's all private land, the public esplanade, the park out in front, the peninsula, it's all private land, the pier. It's all private land with an easement for the public to go over. It's open 24/7. I don't know how it'll work here, but the idea of having a private property that has private residence and public access at the base is not a new idea. It happens in New York at the Hudson Yards all over.
It's not a new idea.
Yeah.
But there's agreements and
Yes.
ways of implementing that I don't know that we have here. But
No,
maybe we
and,
should.
and we don't, but we will have to. But you asked the question or made the point about landscaping and maintenance. That's of course all going to be on the developer. As Dean pointed out, it's privately owned, publicly accessible in perpetuity, and that includes maintenance. That includes the upkeep, the landscaping. That's all on the developer. It's not going to be passed off to the city because it is publicly accessible.
So I know the plan is coming up to talk about the deviations, but just using the graphics, the deviation is to not put the base, but to remove it so that you can have this opening. Otherwise, there would be a building 60 feet tall along the whole frontage, and you just cut off the entire view. So that's the deviation. We meet all the dimensions, but then we decide not to build the base, and that's the deviation. So I just hope that maybe it makes it clearer.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. I just have one more quick question. The garage level also exits onto High Street?
No, the garage level only goes out on that driveway.
Okay, thought I saw a connection.
On the service
Maybe
level.
it's the service
The
level.
service level
Okay.
goes out onto High Street. Yeah.
Okay.
And when we thought about the staging, as we move north, the last buildings will be done from High Street, and then the cobblestones will be put back.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Marchetto.
We'll call Sam Bellamy our last witness
Sure.
for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, and I recognize I'm still under oath. And
Yes,
so-
and are still qualified. It's
Yeah.
still before midnight, so.
All right, so Mr. Marchetto is a hard act to follow. I think he really did set the table with the vision and design intent with this project, and that directly ties into the design alternative deviation that we're asking for and the benefits of this specific deviation outweighing the detriments. We are a 5.78 acre lot in the General Square redevelopment plan. That's a significantly large lot that allowed for a unique and ambitious project as this one is. So we are asking for technically 6 deviations. They are all deviations for the minimum tower setback from the base facade. That's a specific requirement from the whole block provision. This project is also subject to the Zone 3 tower on the base standards, and we are consistent with all those tower on the base step backs and setback requirements. So as described, really what we're proposing for the base is the inverse of what the plan calls for. We have an inset base that allows for greater public access areas, as well as additional light, air, and open space to all the promenade areas that we're proposing. With that, there's also a setback requirement of 50 feet separation for all the towers. We do comply with that. All the towers meet the maximum 180-foot tower depth, so they're all consistent with the tower and the base standards from that perspective. As Mr. Marchetto mentioned, really we're pulling in the base, we're allowing for more public access into the site, and I think it's a direct benefit and direct design alternative that we're proposing with this project. We do comply with all the other whole block provision requirements. There's a 20-foot setback around the entirety of the site that allows for sidewalk and promenade areas. Just speaking to some of the other setbacks, we're 22 feet from the west front property line along Baldwin Avenue. That's where we're 20 feet from the north property line along High Street, and approximately 40 feet from the south property line. So that all exceeds the minimum 15-foot setback requirement as a whole. So with that, this project also meets the purposes of the redevelopment plan and municipal land use law. It is a appropriate use and development of the site. It's consistent proposed permitted uses, and again, it's within the bulk that's contemplated for a site like this, utilizing the whole block provision. So it is consistent with Purpose A. Directly with the deviation that we're seeking, I think we are providing adequate light, air, and open space consistent with Purpose C. And by developing this vacant site with this envisioned project that allows for public access and a promenade, it is a desirable visual environment consistent with Purpose I, the MLUL. I don't see any substantial detriment to the general welfare. Again, the deviation, I think, is creating a benefit rather than a detriment by allowing for more light and air and also public access. And I don't see a substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. The redevelopment plan has this whole block provision that the site does comply with. And overall, I think we're consistent with the bulk and use vision for the site. This is a large project, but I think Mr. Marchetto did a great job of covering the deviation relief. So I just wanted to add to that, but I'd be happy to answer any additional questions the board might have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bellamy. Yeah, I have no planning questions at this point. Anybody else? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Counsel?
Chairman. That'll conclude our direct presentation.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, let's open it up for public comment. Is anybody here from public? Please, come on up.
Sheena Pradhan.
Okay, and we have 3 minutes for you.
Sure. So I live in the building that's in the site plans, right northeast to this proposed development. Was at the Hilltop meeting, heard these guys speak. My main concern is that this proposed development, is just too big. Hilltop, if you're familiar, is a low-density residential neighborhood. It's quiet. I've heard concerns about traffic congestion. I personally am concerned about noise pollution, air pollution. It's going to block all of the light. It's just going to change the kind of feel of the neighborhood. So if there's any way to scale it back, particularly that sixth tower, I think is like a little bit too close to our neighborhood for comfort.
So, we kind of alluded to this earlier. This is a preliminary plan. This isn't a done deal. By no means done deal.
That's why I'm here.
No?
No, I'm just standing.
Okay, I thought you wanted to comment. So this would still need to come back to us for any final site plan. So this is the concept right now, essentially. And that's what we're voting on tonight. They'll still have to design everything, really go into detail before anything happens.
Gotcha. So for me, I would appreciate it if you guys could take into account sustainability. Public space is great. Like, hold them accountable, make it green. Like, I would like to see trees there.
Sure.
And I don't know, a private road, like maybe that could just be a public road because there is a ton of traffic on Baldwin. If you've driven past there, it's been under construction for over a year.
Sure.
So
Excellent.
Can I just ask a question? When you say the sixth tower, what do you mean?
they have 6 lots and there is
Which
a tower.
one's the sixth? Is it Baldwin and High? Is it the one closer to Academy and Baldwin?
It's the one closest to the Hilltop neighborhood, so it's the northeast corner.
The northeast corner, so against the rail right of way.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, understood. Thank
Cool.
you.
Thank you.
Counsel, you look like you wanted to
No, I just wanted
address
to point
something.
out, just.
Why don't you wait till you get to the microphone? to
All right, well, I
point it
thought
out?
I was loud enough, sorry. I just wanted to point out that, you know, as Ms. Grinelli testified to, there is an extensive amount of green space here, green roof, trees. So we are trying to hit those sustainability in that green space. So I just wanted to point out in terms of the comment. That's
Okay,
all.
understood. Thank you. Anybody else from public?
Chair, seeing no one from the public, I would like to close the public portion.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt?
This is a very large project. It started off with 7 towers. Seventh tower was removed because it was communicated to them it triggered the IZO. That was in the space over by Academy Street, which is now walkway and green space, according to their plan. This is a application that includes over 2,000 units. It has about a 0.3 parking ratio, which is typical for a large-scale development of this size. It also has over 100,000 square feet of commercial space above the ground floors in these buildings, yet it only has 1,000 square feet of commercial retail space. That is a very strange disparity. There was comments made, or council put it on the record that the public comment they received at their public meeting was that it's underserved as far as retail. Staff would agree. Whether it's on that lower promenade or on the promenades that extend off of Baldwin, I think should be studied. In a time when we see office buildings being possibly converted into residential, I find it difficult to understand the level of office going in here, but it's allowed. Like most of these things in this application, they are allowed. The deviation that they're asking for is one that we should support. I think from a design perspective, a C2 perspective, it improves the project. I think there's a lot of improvement to be done in this project, as I've just been discussing. Another one would be the phasing. I think the phasing plan shown here is an easy way to think about the towers, but this project has many complex 3D elements. It needs a phasing plan in both datums, the vertical datum, horizontal datum. We need to look at this much differently when we come back for final. To lean so heavily on these whole block lot provisions and phase out the component that allows them to receive this density should not be put onto the back burner. So I think the phasing plan really needs to be thought out on how they're actually going to be constructing this garage, the walkway that's required, and right-of-ways that are required that bound this project. In the staff memo, October 21st, 2025, there's 6 conditions. A couple of them are standard. However, there are there are four that would be more unique to this. One would be to work with staff to review the need for a major subdivision to create right-of-ways. Whether that's private or public, we'll figure that out. Work with staff regarding wayfinding signage and signing areas designated for public access and use, as this has a very porous type of public space that we're envisioning here, and we want to make sure that that's heavily advertised. One of the reasons why I'm putting on the record that this is under retailed is that if it is just residential and office space, it will not invite anyone in. It will not feel public, it will feel private. As part of a major site plan application, the applicant shall maintain and reset any cobblestone on High Street as deemed necessary by city staff. And prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant will agree to enter into agreements with the city regarding the public access. So staff recommends that those conditions apply should the board make a motion to approve.
Okay, thanks, Matt.
Chairman, just for the record, we did have an opportunity to go through Matt's proposed comments, and my client is willing and accepts all of them, should the board vote to approve this evening.
Okay, thank you, counsel. All right, we can entertain a motion, we can deliberate. Up to us.
Right now, it's just preliminary, so.
This is a preliminary plan. So they still need to come back for final site plan. With final designs.
Basically, it's just a concept right now is what we're voting on.
So it's not fair to say it's just a concept because it is more than just a concept. It's a preliminary approval. So you now have the parameters, right? So this is what's proposed, and now you're going to see them come back with more detail for what you just saw to actually go to fruition. So when Mr. Ward says, you know, we're going to need to get into and talk about the phasing aspect of this during the final, that's a very real thing, but it's the phasing of the project you just saw. So certain things, it sounded as if, have already been at least thought about in terms of the layouts of units, at least the mix, right? The general amount of square footage being proposed. I don't know that they don't come back without that retail that maybe is believed to be necessary. But that's what you're going to be looking for in the final. But they may not give that, right? That may not be the applicant's proposal. It'll be dealt with at final, one way or the other. But what you saw tonight is what they're moving forward with if essentially said, okay, preliminarily this has some support. They're going to go further.
The staff's comment makes one thing clear. If it's office space only, it becomes more private. I work in a lot of office complexes.
I don't know if your mic's on.
The staff comment makes it very clear that if it's office space only, it becomes more like private. And I've worked in a lot of different complexes that are office space only, and residential and office space. And to me, that is a very true statement. So I think that comment on the staff report, we should stick by. It has to have residential. There is no come back to us, and there is no stores or type of businesses there, restaurants, coffee shops that will bring people to go to that point. You know, that would have to be one of our standard points.
Yeah, I agree with Eddie as well. Having commercial space is more public. And those commercial space should be more stores, coffee shops, restaurants, stuff like that, and not just office space.
All right, anybody else want to?
Definitely gonna need a lot of commercial place on the bottom if you want to invite more public to that places. Plus, you're gonna have office, residential. Oh, where they gonna go have a coffee? You're gonna have to drive out the neighborhood.
No, and we don't want them to drive out of the neighborhood. I think the redevelopment plan does provide for flexibility within the office space bonus, that it's a commercial office. So if going through the plan, it does provide and permit for additional, retail services and retail establishments. So even with, should the board approve with the office space bonus as is, there is the flexibility, to Matt's point, and the need to have additional retail, that would potentially be contemplated and included as part of the final site plan, baked into the office space bonus, if the board approves the preliminary application tonight. And I just as a side too, I think we've worked hard and we've worked well with Matt extensively on this project. We filed it middle of last year. We went through probably 4 or 5 rounds of comments. Matt came out to the site once or twice and walked it with us. And we'll continue that engagement, as we move towards the final. I think I started in my opening, I briefly pointed out that the community did ask for more retail. And I said, we will be looking into that, to meet those needs. And I think Dean echoed it as well in his remarks. And all of the commissioners' points are well taken. And the idea here is not to make it more private. I think the deviation that we asked for, completely shows that, because we could have done a bigger building with a bigger base, but we wanted the smaller base to activate it, to create these areas for public, availability and access. And it would be silly not to maximize the pedestrian experience with additional retail. It's a city benefit. It's definitely a neighborhood benefit, and it's a benefit to the community, of the people that may or may not be living here. But points are well taken. We'll have to look at the retail. Of course, if we get favorably voted on this evening, and that's going to be probably number 1 on the list. 1A, 1B would be the phasing. And, confirming and making sure that's all, fully baked in and understood. And, of course, number 1, making sure it's acceptable to city planning and staff.
So, council, I'll be completely frank about my concern. The office space is decided on. The residential aspect decided on. This project benefits no one if there's no retail there. I think that's as much of a component that needs to be solid on the preliminary plan.
Well, look, we call it office space, but it's office/commercial, and that's consistent with the plan.
Sure.
So whether we call it office or resident or retail or medical, at this point, it's there, right? But it's flexible.
But
It doesn't have to be all office is the point, right? We're proposing it as office commercial now, just as a title.
We know how many parking spots there are.
True.
We know how many units there are. We have no idea what the retail aspect is right now. And I think that makes or breaks this project.
Yeah.
Well, we do. We do have an idea. I mean, there is a proposed 1,100 square feet of confirmed straight retail space. Now, whether that
1,100?
Let's just identify where it is, though. It fronts on the service road.
Okay.
The most hidden spot in the entire development. It doesn't front on the public walkway. It doesn't front on the walkways above. it is, I don't know why it's there, actually. I don't know what's intended to be there. But it fronts on the service road. We talked about this at length. But I think we need, I want if commissioners to confirm or direct the applicant on the office space or the commercial space uses are above the ground floor. Are you talking about retail that you can walk straight into? Because I think that direction, if so, that's the direction that the applicant needs. Not just assigning what the commercial uses may be above the ground floor or understanding what those uses may be. I think that's a differentiation that might be getting lost in the sauce here right now.
That's basically what I'm thinking of too, is the retail space should be designed on Baldwin level to bring people, just like the viewers. You see it time and time again in everything we do. I don't go to that other block. Nobody went to the old boys club on Grove Street till they started developing back in that area. You just stopped at City Hall. There was no more reason to walk the next block over. And we see this time and time again. When something gets developed, now you have a view. That's going to bring people to see that view. If they have certain things going on, you have a little show or something, people go for the view. But then what you need, though, is real estate at the same level. And I think we should be firm with that. So real estate stores and stuff, coffee shops at the level of Baldwin Avenue, that it could be seen from the person that's walking that street, the person that's walking in that neighborhood.
Correct.
You know?
Just as a side, commissioners, you know, and as we've heard you and my clients here in the audience, he's just advised me, you know, we could do 16,000 square feet of retail along the ground floor. And we can update the plans to detail that piece of it. If retail is you know, a big issue, we will provide 16,000 square feet, and that's already available within the site envelope as we've proposed and presented this evening. So we can convert, again, some of that lobby level, ground level, into straight retail. And again, I would point out just the flexibility within the plan that allows for additional commercial and retail uses within the office space bonus, albeit it may not be at ground level, but there will, you know, there are additional opportunities for more retail. But, you know, I just put it on the record, you know, we heard you, we hear you, or my client heard you, and, you know, but yeah, we can update these plans to show that it would be 16,000 square feet.
So 16,000 square feet divided by 6 building, or how is it gonna divide?
It would be divided, you know, spread out between the 6 towers for, yes.
I would say 4,000 per building.
It might be better to condense it. So I
Condense
think
it, yeah.
flexibility there is fine, Commissioner. But yeah, that to me seems to speak to more of the objectives of this redevelopment plan, which are pushing for an intense mixed-use type of development, where right now this might have just been, although there is a lot of commercial, but it's above the ground floor. Looking at it vertically, it's pushing for that objective to be more clearly addressed. And so if that's something for the board to consider, I think that's a good consideration to include.
So is that something that you're comfortable putting in as a condition, a minimum of 16,000 square foot of retail, and that 16,000 square feet of retail throughout the project comes out of this commercial office, and that's on the ground level, and it's not something that you even want to consider actually looking at? You just want to go, I mean, Dean's ready to draw it right now. I mean, I know you can
Well,
do
af-
it, Dean.
After we went to meet with the neighbors in Hilltop, and they mentioned the retail component was very important to them, we went back, did sketches over the top, figured out where those retail areas could be, and it came to 16,000 square feet on ground level, either the ground level on Baldwin or ground level on the promenade. And we figured that out. So that's why I know it's 16,000 square feet.
We're talking about on that Baldwin level, and then anything
Some on
else on
Baldwin.
the promenade is an
Yeah.
addition.
Well, I can't put it all on Baldwin, it's just the building isn't big enough. But
I
can-
say on Baldwin level, on
Right.
that top level of the promenade.
We can put some there and some on the promenade.
See, now we're into let's make a deal here.
Well, I mean.
Because you don't have the drawing. I know
No,
that
I
you
know because
sketched
we-
it out.
I couldn't bring the drawing because it's not what we submitted. And I was afraid that if we brought a sketch, that you would be, but we can commit to it because I know it works. I just.
Mr. Marchetto,
yeah.
counsel.
Hmm.
It's 11:15.
Yeah.
I've been here since 5:30.
So we have two options. First of all, we need to vacate the building.
No, right,
quickly.
right.
So we need to
100.
finish this meeting.
Okay.
There's two ways we can go. We can hear a motion and vote on it. We can go back, take our comments into consideration, and come back with something you think fits what we're talking about tonight.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
Or we can stop the meeting right now and we can continue this at a later date, same conversation.
right. No, I'm comfortable proceeding. I'm comfortable with the condition that Mr. Lampy just proposed. Of course.
All right, no problem.
But-
Here's how we're going to do it then. I'm going to lay out the condition, and that'll be the condition.
Well, we have to come back for a final, so, I mean, we're gonna have to meet the condition or not meet the condition, so, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Just don't make it as wordy as you just,
I'm gonna,
described.
I'm gonna
because
ask
I
Mike
lost-
to,
'cause
I'm
I
gonna ask
lost
Mike
you.
to read it back.
We really have to.
No, okay,
We
okay.
have to go.
No, okay.
So again, we're either voting on it, we're carrying it to this conversation continuation, or we're pulling it right now, and you're coming back to us with a new design.
I'm comfortable with the vote, with the agreed condition.
Okay, so the condition is there's a minimum of 16,000 square feet on Baldwin Avenue.
Ground floor on Baldwin Avenue?
16,000 square feet, that level of the promenade.
Okay, that's the condition.
That level of the promenade or any level, or that level or the promenade, you said? Is that right?
That level,
That level. At Baldwin.
yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dean can't do that.
The principal planner, are you comfortable with that?
Yes. Yes, I think that it could be the other, either, but I think that that's fine. I think they have significant space. They could probably, more than 16,000. So,
I will advise the board right now, if we need more deliberation, we're carrying this. Need to leave the building soon.
I think we should think about it.
I just want to make, I just
running
want to make
against
the
the
statement.
clock.
The reason why we're saying that if we need more is because we need to leave the building soon. They're gonna lock up and
I feel
it's
like we're
not
being
safe to go
forced
out.
into a situation right now.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to force you into doing 16,000 feet
Yeah.
on Baldwin level.
Just because we all want to leave
We're
here.
forcing this right now
Yeah,
because of the time.
for sure.
Yeah.
We need to get resolutions read in, and
Yeah.
we need to go.
So we're going to carry it to November 28th. That's what I'm
25th.
hearing.
Just for the vote. I guess no more
For
testimony. I mean, 'cause-
deliberation.
Right.
If you want to bring more
No
testimony
additional
in,
testimony, but if you want to have the 10, 15, 20 minutes to discuss this,
we don't have that time right now.
No,
So,
I hear you. I hear you. I'm not
So we're
trying to
carrying
belabor the
to
point.
November 28th right now.
25th.
25th.
I'm
Otherwise, we went on Turkey Day, but or somewhere around there. But yeah, I think old
We need
business
to-
for that date.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll put it right up top, we'll deliberate,
Do we need a
do a
motion?
decision.
We need a motion.
Motion to carry it? Okay, can I have a motion to carry?
Motion to carry case B 2024-0134 to our next planning board meeting, which is November 25th, 2025.
Second.
Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Acting Chair Gongadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Lewis, Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
your courtesies.
All
Thank
right,
you, Chief. Thank you,
before
Commissioner.
we go, we do have to carry the rest of the items on the agenda tonight, before we read resolutions. Council?
Yes, I know I'm pushing the envelope. If there's any way we can hear this 612 Pavonia tonight, because my client is dead in the
Cannot.
water right
We
now.
cannot. We
I figure
cannot.
we're here this late already.
So are we.
I know.
Security isn't going to be here this late.
Okay, understood.
Okay.
Can we move this to the 25th at the top of the agenda?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Okay, I appreciate that.
All right, you got it, Council.
And I have the next one too, then that one, 231st Street. It sounds like December 9th is going to be a long night. I don't know if we're.
There's only two things happening on December 9th.
Exactly. So now that the new calendar has been adopted, can I carry that to the first meeting in January? I think it was adopted earlier, right?
Yes.
It was.
Yes.
You can do that.
And then possibly get pole position on that agenda.
January
I haven't
13th,
memorized those dates yet.
2026.
It is, that's what it is, January 14th,
13.
13th?
I think they're 14.
Well, I'm about to open it.
13,
Oh my
I'm
God.
How many
looking at it.
races are in a?
Can we do a blanket carry for everything left on the agenda to that date right now?
January 13th, yep.
With preservation of notice, guys.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
19
We need to go.
resolutions to read.
I got to read resolutions.
I know.
Let's start with the most important resolution. Resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City authorizing the award of a professional service contract pursuant to the fair and open process for Planning Board stenographer, certified shorthand reporter services to Precision Reporting. Resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City authorizing the award of a professional service contract pursuant to the fair and open process for Planning Board attorney services to Law Office of Santo T. Lampi LLC, both of those for the calendar year 2026. Resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, Skyway Realty LLC, preliminary and final major site plan approval with deviations, 146 Summit Ave and 57 Clinton Place, Jersey City, New Jersey. Resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, applicant 660 Grove Street, preliminary major site plan approval with deviations, 660 Grove Street. Planning Board Resolution, Morton Place Plaza LLC, preliminary and final major site plan amendment approval. 38 through 46 Morton Place, 43 through 51 Morton Place, 202 to 210 Orient Avenue. Resolution of the Planning Board, City of Jersey City, in the matter of 240 to 242 Terrace. Minor site plan approval. Resolution of the Planning Board, Jersey City, Irby Tower 2 LLC for amended final site plan approval and site plan approval extension, 185, 195, 215 Hudson Street. Resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, Mana Contemporary Tribeca West Urban Renewal LLC, extension of preliminary and final major site plan approval, 50 Day Street. Resolution of the Planning Board of City of Jersey City, 475 Newkirk Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, Block 9705, lots 10 and 12, preliminary and final major site plan approval with C variances. Resolution of the Planning Board of City of Jersey City approving amendment to minor site plan approval for 270 Newkirk Avenue, minor site plan amendment 270 to 272 Newkirk Avenue. Resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City approving an extension of a minor site plan approval for 270 Newkirk Avenue. Extension of minor site plan approval. Resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City approving extension of final major site plan approval with deviations 394 Summit Ave LLC. Extension of preliminary and final site plan approval, 394 Summit Avenue. Resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City approving preliminary and final major site plan approval, State Capital Group LLC. Preliminary and final major site plan approval, 712 Bergen Avenue. Resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, 165 Newark Avenue. Third extension of preliminary and final major site plan approval with deviations, 163 to 165 Newark Avenue. Resolution of the Planning Board, Omar Amin for minor subdivision approval, 25 Lembeck Avenue, Jersey City. Resolution of the Planning Board, Bright Street Partners, amendment to redevelopment plan approval. That's case P20250193. Resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, approval and recommendation of amendments to the inclusionary zoning ordinance, Chapter 187.
That's it?
Did you read 2 Norton Street resolutions?
I have 2 Morton Street.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Acting Vice Chair Gongadin, Commissioner Wick, Commissioner Torres, Commissioner Lewis, Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor to memorialize resolutions.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? We have a second. Thank you, guys.